Now recording.
Whoa. Hello. Welcome to session 16 of Adventures in Aanthara. It is Friday, as it always is. Well, that's technically not true. Sometimes it's a Saturday, but mostly it's Friday. And we're here! We're back to play after being off for a week.
We'll chug along through this intro one way or another, man.
Yeah,
Hell yes, we will.
We got into the recording, by the way.
Let's recap where we're at, since we're at a very particular moment, and then we will pick up. Oh, also, to anyone listening to this in posterity, I sound like I have 2 chinchillas up my nostrils because I have COVID, but it's fine. So, the party made their way by river south from Sawfeld, seeking signs, as they have been for quite a while now, of these blightling creatures, what they are doing, where they are coming from, what they're serving, and what anything that they can find, to be honest, because they don't have much to go off. So they have been canoeing their way up the river somewhat successfully, have come across a number of interesting encounters along the way, which they have managed with aplomb. And towards the end of last session, late in the morning on a Friday, in fact, as it happens, they made their way finally, after a few days, to the edges of the Reygrove Wetlands. And noticed, Brightwing first, the signs of a homestead just off the riverbank. Getting closer, they noticed it to be a hut of some kind, stone, thatch roof, canoe, tied to a post along the riverbank. Few signs of life, and smoke rising from the chimney. And determined that potentially they could use this, whoever they may be, as an ally and a jumping off point to their next move. So they began to approach the house, Faye in the lead, and by pure joy and happenstance, Faye declared that she would go to within 20 feet of the house before calling out, and 30 feet from the house was a trap, which she triggered, capturing her in a net, and then mud and feathering her quite successfully. At which point you all saw, and the rest of you were behind her, a latched, sliding sort of a window open 2 feet from the bottom of the door, and without even seeing a face or a person of any kind, a long metal tube with a hole in the end stick out of the slit in the doorway, and heard, "State your names and your business!" And that is where we left off. So, what would you like to do?
Help.
Well, the first thing that I would like to do is laugh. A lot.
Very in character.
Do I have enough space to cast a spell?
Fuck you.
No.
Okay.
It depends. It depends on if you need the use of your hands.
It's
they are
vocal somatic. So
Somatic requires hands. Yeah.
I know.
It can only be verbal.
Oh, because you are tied, I think.
You can try to break free if you want, but as of currently right now, I would say your hands are pinned down to your sides. You're fully restrained.
Can I try to break out?
Yes. Roll strength check.
Okay, that's a +0.
Also, while you're doing so, roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
Which should I do? In which
Strength
order?
check first,
Okay.
then dex save.
Do I have
Oh,
anything to
My
force
strength check
disadvantage?
Is a 12.
Oh, wait, I need to log in.
My dex
Nice,
save
everybody.
is a dirty 20
Dirty 20.
for my dex save.
Okay. So, with no one yet responding, Faye starts to sort of wiggle herself and then elbows out, and the net sort of breaks free from her. And with grace, she remains standing despite the mud, feathers, and bits of net that are still hanging off of her every which way.
Can I 3-point landing and on my way up start to cast prestidigitation and like clean myself off as I come up?
Oh shoot. Yes, just for my amusement, because there's so much stuff on you, and this is a cantrip. Roll an Arcana check, just to see how successfully you get this in one pass.
17 plus
Woo!
3? Yeah, 20.
30-20 again. Yes. Okay. So, despite the momentary amusement that everyone got to, or at least Aedwin got to revel in, Faye recovers very gracefully from this, and after shaking the net, going down to a knee, and then standing back up with a swipe of her hand, is completely cleaned. Several seconds have gone by, still no reply to this whoever.
Just a bunch of adventurers.
We
looking for a place
seek.
to park.
I'll keep walking, like unfazed, just like
Towards the door?
not acknowledging. I don't need the negative energy in my life. I will walk another 5 feet forward. We wish you.
Are you the leader?
Door?
I'm the most gregarious.
You're very clean looking, given what? That was impressive. What's your name?
My name is Fatality. We seek we seek a favor. I hope it's not too much to ask. We have these boats with us, and we noticed that you happen to have a dock. We were wondering if we could rent space on your dock from you for a few days' time.
I don't really know if it's much of a dock, just more of a post, but... Well, what are you doing out here? It's not common people come out to the edges of the wetlands like this.
We've just come down from Solfeld. We're going over to Reygrove, but we prefer to enter on foot because this is not. We didn't want to traipse through the wilderness coming from the river that way.
Roll a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm. 26.
Goodness!
It's a charisma. It's Bard, Matt. Come on.
Yeah, but it's still just level 4. Let's
Expertise.
keep things.
He's got some spice.
The metallic tube pulls back into the window, and the window slides shut, and you hear. And the same metal tube opens the door. You see it first, and then poking their head out above the tube, which some of you probably who traveled with Seraph would recognize as somewhat adjacent to the weapon he used.
His was a handgun, though. And
His was a
this is
pepperbox
rifle or a
handgun,
shotgun?
yes. This appears to be a much... That's why I'm saying you kind of see some adjacencies. You in particular might not even be able to make the connection because his weapon was so unusual to you. Some of you have seen weapons like this before, so it may be a little bit more recognizable. But it does appear to be, or looks to anyone who would watch from our perspective, to be a shotgun of some kind. And poking her head out above it, you see a old-looking gnome woman. Greens and browns, leathers and furs, kind of like woodsman garb, more or less. And as the door opens more completely, she takes a step forward. You see tall, laced boots almost up to her knees, sleeves rolled up to reveal what look like pretty toughened, tanned forearms, an extremely thick bush of gray hair that's largely like pulled and directed backwards by this leather headband, but looks very much intent on bursting the headband and everything else that would try to hold it in. Very wrinkled but sharp face, gray eyes, set behind a large nose, and behind a pair of goggles that seem to be strapped on. Where'd the bits of my trap go there? You're supposed to be a mess. Did it not work?
Oh,
Trust me, it fucking worked.
is there something
Absolutely.
dirty nearby?
There's generally a pile of mud right behind you.
Does she have stairs or something on
There
her
are
home, or
some
like a
stairs.
post that
There are
has like
stairs
some
that
dirt
lead
on
up.
it?
Yeah, there's also a path that kind of leads up that is mostly covered in dirt.
Okay, so I'll like kind of walk up a little bit, and it's 10-foot radius or 10-foot distance. So I'll walk within 10 feet and just say, "I've got my tricks," and I'll kind of like clean the path on the way up.
Okay. As you cast the spell, and before she kind of witnesses the result, you see her grip on the weapon kind of like tighten and lift just ever so slightly, but then she sees the results and it goes back down. Very curious indeed. And she looks past you to the rest. And who are the rest of you? You all have names as dramatic as this one.
I'm Yasnib, and then I'll say in Gnomish, pleasure to meet you.
Okay.
Mm.
She'll kind of like adjust her goggles, looking at you with a little bit of surprise at that.
I think Brightwing pokes her head out from behind Yasnip where she's been hiding. I'm Brightwing.
Eclipse.
Curious.
Aidwin.
Alrighty then. I'm probably gonna forget all of those, but... Okay. Well, what is it you wanted again? You want to use my post?
Well, first your name.
Oh! I'm on... well... Ooh. I'll tell you what. I consider myself a relatively good judge of character. You all seem trustworthy enough. Should we come inside? It's a bit drafty out here.
Can I like just do a quick eye around the door? Is anything else trapped?
Sure, roll a perception check.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I kind of want to roll insight because this seems sus.
That's a 6. Everything's fine, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Do I feel like I'm gonna get through that door okay?
Y'all freaking giants, all of you.
Reckon we're going to find out.
Sorry, what was the roll?
A 6.
A CX? You don't see anything particularly... No,
Nope.
nothing stands out.
Didn't see the first one either.
True.
We never do.
Yeah, I'm letting her continue to go first, for sure.
Okay. She's watching you to see if there's any reaction.
Start
Thank you.
walking.
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
approach
Okay.
carefully.
Once you start approaching, she kind of about faces, puts the gun up on her shoulder, which points it directly back at you again, and sort of walks into the house.
Right.
I'll kick my boots off on the stoop because I just got covered in, like I stepped in all of the mud. It's a big cardio.
Okay. Everybody
Yeah.
follows?
Yeah.
How high is the ceiling in here?
That's
Well-
another amazing question, actually.
I'm like,
Well, is everybody following?
Yeah.
Okay. Once you do make it to the doorstep and see inside, it is relatively gnome-sized. It's not like you're hitting your heads or anything. It's not like quite like Hobbit Hole, Bilbo Baggins' house sort of situation, but it's certainly not a typical human-sized roof clearance, so it's a little wonky in that regard. But you see the insides of what seem to be a relatively quaint, seemingly comfortable forest cabin or cottage. You see like a small stove sort of area, an area where the bed obviously, and it's all one large room, an area where she seems to do some tanning or hide stuff with hides. Can you hear all that
Yep.
in the background? Not what I'm saying. That other
Yeah.
sound.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay. I have no idea what it is.
Nope.
Who's screaming?
I don't
Someone's
know.
screaming in the background, yeah.
Yeah, like on a megaphone or something. Incredible.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
And over on like what looks to be sort of a desk, a work desk or something, you see a creature, looks to be a rodent of some kind, kind of like a very, very fat mouse, like oversized, puffy, fat mouse with the gray fur, sort of
There it
darker
is.
at the paws,
There it is.
large ears, and a bushy tail.
Matt, you're a
No one's
monster.
gonna get this.
You're an actual monster.
I love this.
In between last session and this one, you just so happened decided that this was going to be the case. You made a conscious,
I,
specific, directed
don't-
effort
I don't know what
to
you're
make
talking about.
sure.
But to
And
clarify,
she-
it's gray fur.
Yes, it is
Gray,
gray
yeah, is
Gray
it
fur.
gray?
furred.
Cool.
Yes. And it seems to be kind of sitting on its hind legs, eyeing all of you as you enter. And she goes and sets the shotgun next to a rocking chair.
Is anybody hungry? I have some tea on already, but there's biscuits and jerky if you want biscuits and jerky if you're hungry.
Wait, that
I
sounds
prefer
pretty good.
biscuits and jerky,
Immediately.
yeah.
Yeah. That sounds
All right,
incredible.
well, take a seat.
Can I go over to the small gray rodent and give him like one of my little fishing lures and see if he'll hold it?
That's totally not a chinchilla whatsoever.
It is 100% a chinchilla.
It's a chinchilla, but Pai doesn't know what a chinchilla is.
Yes, roll an animal handling check.
Oh, that's a wonderful number.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 17.
Ooh,
Okay. All right. You walk over to the creature and you're holding out like a lure, you said?
Like I got a fishing kit. I'm like looking through my inventory and I'm like thinking of something small enough that the thing can hold. So I have like a little fishing lure and I'll pull it out like a little feathered fishing lure and like hold it out to him and be like, "Hey, would you like to
Okay.
hold this?"
He, as you first approach, he seems to kind of like recoil just a little bit and looks a little suspicious. But as you come up with this colorful, interesting looking thing and talk to him, he eventually sniffs it and then reaches out with both his paws, grabs it, shakes a little bit. And the woman,
That's Muffin, by the way. Oh, and I'm Frida.
Frida.
Frida Grasswhistle is my name.
Nice to meet you.
Surely you wouldn't all mind. I like to be careful and aware. If I just check all y'all for anything untoward. Is that all right?
Sure.
What do you mean by
how do you mean exactly?
she reaches into like the thing that people put their umbrellas in. I don't even know what you would call it, but that sits by like a door
an
and you,
umbrella stand?
maybe, I don't know, but it's more looks like a trash can more
Yeah.
than anything. Okay, sure, umbrella stand.
That's
But there's
fine.
another there is an umbrella in it, but there's another object she reaches down and pulls out. It's a very odd shaped thing with kind of these two arms that end in different appendages and sort of this rounded center. It looks very much like if you ever had a Bop It when you were young. A Bop It, but not made of plastic, obviously. And she twists one end, and it makes a slight, and then she hits the center of it. And when she does, she twisted it and she bopped it.
But
You
You just
see
gotta
a,
pull it.
Hey, we're gonna die.
when she hits the
Pull it,
center,
let's twist it.
you see a and a field of energy seems to balloon out from it. And it's this sort of like light bluish, almost arcane looking bubble that expands slightly even beyond the reaches of the hut. And as you glance around, you notice that on yourselves and all of your friends, each of your magical items is slightly glowing within this
Okay.
field, if you will. And once she does this and all of you light up in the various places you do, she...
Oh. Well. That's quite the collection you all have there.
Yeah.
What does everyone else have? Like, what's glowing on? I don't need to know the details, but what is everyone else glowing? What does everyone have glowing?
Since Meg has maybe been around for these kinds of things before, anything that people can see on your persons outside of pouches or anything, you guys can describe what they would, she
The
and
spear is glowing.
Frida would see.
That's pretty much it.
She would see the book from Edwin, but that's it.
The earring, the knife, but that's put away.
Your
And her
staff.
staff.
Mm-hmm.
For
I
me,
think
it's
that's
Clips.
the earring, and then there's a cover over the watch, but you'd probably see a faint glow
Yeah,
underneath
you
the
would.
cover.
Okay.
Yeah, your watch.
That's I don't know. I've ever seen so many things in my hut all at once. At least not
Oh, I'm
besides what I've
probably
collected.
like glowing in the dark because it's just my cloak. It's like the whole cloak.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Impressive, at the very least. I'd be curious what all the stuff does. I'm sort of, well, I take interest in these things. I like to collect treasures now and again.
No.
That's what this comes in handy for, besides testing you people.
And she eventually puts it away, and the
Is there
field diminishes.
is there anything else glowing in our immediate vicinity that is not on us?
Roll a
Is the
perception check.
chinchilla glowing?
Chinchilla
my
going?
gosh.
I need to know.
Yes, the answer is unequivocally yes.
11.
Is a muffin magical? I need to know this.
Magic Griffin!
11. On a glance around, you do not see anything that is glowing.
Do I say with my passive?
I would say that you would have to be looking for things, unless, like, if you're doing a scan of the room generally.
Mhm.
Is that what you're doing?
I don't think she would care.
Okay, then
So.
we'll leave it at that. All right.
Oh, all right.
And then she goes about finishing up the tea, makes a platter of biscuits, which seem to be pulled from a tin that you don't know how fresh they are, and another platter, if you will, that is really just a pile of strips of beef jerky. Puts them on the table,
Dude, I'm excited.
pours some tea.
All right. Well, so where did you all come from?
Sawfeld?
All over, really, but most recently from Sofeld.
Well, that's a bit of a journey. Why?
Well,
Did you come all the
Oh.
way down here for? Seems the backwards direction to go.
Yeah, we're doing some botanical and biological research up here in the headwaters.
There's a lot of fancy words. But fair enough.
We're
That's
looking
my
into the
thing.
plants and animals that have recently popped up.
Yes, I know what the words mean, sir. I'm just saying.
Just you know.
That's
Very curious group
that's what
for
we are doing.
researchers.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
That is 100% what we are doing, Brightwing. Now, how about you let us take care of this? Yeah.
She looks at Brightwing with like a bit of a narrowed eye.
She's new. We're still kind of getting her on board with what's going on. Don't worry.
Are you a researcher,
You
lass?
to the group, not me.
She's
I cast stab at 9th level.
Kind of just look at Brightwing and just kind of very subtly shake my head real quick. Just like,
Why?
Roll a stealth check, Eclipse.
yep, there it is.
What's your passive insight, Brightwing?
My passive insight?
Oh,
19.
wait.
Okay.
I have disadvantage. Hang on.
No, you don't have
Okay.
disadvantage. You're not moving
Your
around.
armor.
You're already using
The head
disadvantage
coif
going,
thing.
Yeah, like, that would suck so much. It's a 14.
Okay. All right. Brightwing, you would catch that. You can do with it what you will.
Well, is it about all the oddness? You're studying the... Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know, at least. It's been, concerning, to say the least.
What specifically have you noticed about the oddness? Has it been getting worse?
Oh, goodness me.
Takes a sip of the tea.
It's been, well, yes, it's certainly been getting worse now for... I don't know, a few weeks maybe. I've
Why
noticed...
have all the knocks on your door?
Oh no, that's always the case. God, this is wild lands out here. You've got to stay safe. Exactly. Someone's getting arrested right now, just down the street.
Yeah, no shit in Detroit.
No. Yeah, animals have been migrating out of season very oddly, seems. Largely heading north, which they'll usually be coming back more often than they're leaving these times of years. So that's been odd. And there's just been a general sort of, I don't know, an illness, I would say. It's sort of been spreading down through the wetlands. And I've heard stories of people leaving their homes, which is odd, even as far as Bragdale. And sometimes without warning, from what I've heard. There was an outbreak of swamp rot in the Underbranch Company not too far back. I heard about that as well. I mean, disease does happen now and again, but it's just part of the... It's all happening at once, I suppose. It's a bit strange. I have an old friend, a hunting buddy named Thurin. He seemed to kind of lose his health and then a bit his mind over the last month or two. He seemed to get very distracted and distant, sort of paranoid, and wanting to be left alone more often, which is unusual. I mean, we're relatively solitary out here, but... He lives in a hut a little bit deeper into the swamp, and then disappeared a couple of weeks ago. I haven't seen him now for a while. I've stopped by. Seems to be empty, largely. So, there's all of that, which has been very odd. New creatures as well. I try to steer clear, generally, when I can, of, well, the dangerous things, but... odd things. Creatures that seemingly should have died to disease or predators seem to be clinging to life, but not a normal life. Unusual.
Like the creatures were harmed to a point and they're holding on? They're decayed?
Yes, something like that, I suppose. Almost a sort of unlife. It was very... It's all been rather disturbing and off-putting. I try not to go too deep into the forest or into the marshes anymore as of late. It just seems a little off.
Dead.
What's that?
Undead.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're undead per se, but just... But maybe, I don't know. And I've had interactions with the Underbranch Company a few times. They've been tracking these small, dark creatures, they say. I haven't seen any of them, but supposedly they're contributing to the illness. I think they said they killed one or two. There was an incursion in Reygrove not too long ago. Something about making off with a child of the Seed Keepers. But
The Seed
That's-
Keepers?
The Seed Keeper Druids in Reygrove, yes.
Hmm.
Sort of.
Druids.
Yes! There's, Have you not been to Reygrove?
Not yet. That's where we're headed.
Well, just useful to know then, I suppose. It's the Underbranch Company is sort of a company of rangers there. They sort of try to protect the area as much as possible, which has certainly become a more difficult job of late. And then there's the Seed Keeper Druids, who I suppose try to maintain the land, which also has been odd of late. I spoke to one of them as well, the Druids, about this sickness, darkness sort of thing that's been spreading around the wetlands. They have been trying to push back at it, of course, and find a solution if they can, but they mentioned something about odd traces of other planar magics and strange blights. It's above my head, to be honest. I mean, I like the magical, the trinkets and things, but I don't know. Arcana from other realms is a bit above my pay grade.
You said a child was abducted. Was the child recovered?
Well, from the story I heard, they were attempting to take the child, and they were fought off. That's what I recall. You suppose could ask them further. That's most of what I've heard of recently. Is this been an issue elsewhere? I thought it was maybe just here.
Unfortunately, the landscape favors travel by water. So we've been seeing things get downriver pretty quick and causing mayhem. So
Fishing for sawfeld specifically has been drastically reduced.
I have noticed. Well, I thought they were oddly dried up fishing spots, but I didn't really think much of it. I suppose it could be related? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's our theory.
It's happening in Prowler too.
Really?
There was attack.
An attack, you said?
Yes.
Who's doing all this attacking? Do you know?
The I believe the creatures that you are describing.
Which creatures? There's been a lot.
The sucking the life black ones. Little ones.
The ones the Underbranch Company are tracking.
Yes.
Ah. Well, what do they look like? So I can keep an eye out.
Essentially like a little gremlin. If you've ever seen anything like that.
A little minor illusion, a very small one in my hand.
Okay. She kind of studies it for a second. Ooh, nasty looking little buggers.
problem is that you probably won't even see it before it's already done its damage. They have a bit of a tendency to be unseen unless they want to be.
You mean like they are sneaky?
Try turning invisible. Yeah,
Invisible?
They're
Are they
problematic.
wielding magics?
Some.
I don't know about
seems.
wielding. It might just be part of their nature.
Yeah. They're very strange creatures, but I don't think they explicitly wield any kind of magic with them.
I'm sure if the Underbranch Company has been investigating them more, they probably have more details than we do.
Well, it's probably been a couple of weeks since I talked to them, but maybe they know more now.
Do you have a specific contact with the company?
No, I just every once in a while a ranger will come by and I'll don't get many visitors, so try to make conversation when I can.
But your home is so welcoming, how not?
Was that said with sarcasm?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, I try to keep it warm and inviting as much as possible, but I suppose people just don't come by this way very often. There's not much reason to. It's kind of out of the way.
This is very good tea. As well.
Thank you.
For the record, it's not very good tea.
I know.
It's rather barky. I mean, it's fine, I suppose, but it's probably
tea, it's hard to mess up.
yes, it is very
It's made
basic,
of plants, and that's all that
natural.
can be said of it.
Yep,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Woodwork.
Did you say you're planning to head to Reygrove? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we were going to head to Reygrove, but we were going to kind of circumnavigate and go in through the forest as opposed to via the river, because we wanted to hear the opinion of some of the folks there and maybe do a little bit more research before we headed further upriver. It's our understanding that these things travel mostly via the water. So
The
if we could
small
say-
creatures.
The ones
It would
she points towards the Osnip's hand.
Yeah, it would appear.
Have you, by chance, noticed any area nearby that was severely withered? A lot of the vegetation, trees, grass, anything was eaten away?
Well, that's sort of been the general malaise of the wetlands lately. It's seemed to be somewhat coming from deeper in outwards and growing over time. But yes, I suppose I've seen bits and pieces that looked worse than elsewhere, but mostly it's just been a general darkness, sickness, plants, animals seem not to be doing very well. It's been very strange and kind of overarching. Thorin thought it might have been the lovely lady, but I tend to believe that's poppycock.
Who's the lady?
Oh, folk tales, rumors of some evil deeper in the wetlands, a witch or something, dark creature, blah blah blah. Some people I believe it was like a cursed seed keeper twisted into something else. Boogie woman. I don't know. I don't really buy much of it. I think it's a child's story more than anything, but
And if I may, you've been a wealth of knowledge. What does Thurin look like?
well, he's a Goliath. Big, very, very hard to miss. Bald head, lots of muscles.
Well, we'll
And
keep an
he's
eye
your
out
only
for him.
company out here.
She blushes slightly.
Muffin's all the company I need.
You look over and see the chinchilla kind of whacking the lure against the thing he's sitting on.
I'm gonna
Like-
go over to Muffin and Druid craft like a leaf for him to snack on.
Okay. Takes it from you with his other hand. Now both of his hands are full. Puts the lure down and starts munching on the leaf.
so fluffy, I'm gonna die.
I don't suppose you've got any news of the rest of Kathos. I don't get much of that out here.
Okay. Yeah?
Not much, really. Honestly, all things considered, I think things are still pretty tame, just aside from this little mess down here. Pretty localized drama, honestly.
Mostly politics.
Ah,
You know how it goes. Yeah, it's all messy.
there is a
Someone
lot
killed?
of that. What?
All right. So, at some point, we're gonna have to talk about this. At some point, just not right now. But I really just need you to do everybody in this room a
Who
favor
died?
and not speak for the next 30 minutes. Just
Well, I guess it wasn't.
There's no harm in telling her, Edwin.
yeah, but honestly, it's causing less of a problem if we don't.
What's that now?
Weird things going on in the capital. Ilmara's got some nonsense going on.
I'm
Political
gonna
landscape is very volatile.
kind of get up and kind of shift around and be like, I'm gonna get some air. Brightwing, you want to come with me? Check around. Come on. Just kind of.
Brightwing.
Make one more leaf for nothing.
Okay. He takes it, having already finished his other one.
So I'm gonna head outside, just to check around and make sure something's not coming up.
Okay. Roll a perception check. And I will say, Aedwin, roll a deception or persuasion check, your choice.
Oh, my perception's garbage. All right. It's a 6.
Rolled
For
a
Aedwin?
10.
Oh.
It doesn't matter which.
Not roll well.
10.
I
10.
don't think there's much with refraining. We don't have all the details. We only know it was announced in Sawfeld. Every guard has been dispatched to inform people. Correct me if I'm wrong, DM. Rogar Ice Scale and Brilvius Storm.
What about them?
They were both dispatched.
They're the ones who were killed! Well, they killed each other?
Well,
No.
being killed or whatever, they're no longer alive. The details of it was
Like they both pass in their sleep together?
No.
We're not certain yet. We're still kind of waiting on more information. The main thing that we know is that both of them are dead.
Quite suddenly.
I'm sure the informants in Reygrove would be able to have a plethora of details. They had gone throughout all of Kathos, from what we understand.
Well, can't say I'm much into the politics scene, but that I don't even know whether that will affect me or not. It certainly does sound a bit momentous.
Likely, you're probably fine.
I think the increased side effects for some of these smaller towns may be an increased military presence.
I don't imagine though the Reygrovians would appreciate that much.
I don't foresee you being troubled.
I
With your
hope
soul.
not.
Solitude.
Curious. Well,
She takes a piece of jerky, rips off a big chunk, takes a sip of tea, kind of puts her feet up, seeming to have grown much more comfortable with you all after this talk, which you can get a sense from just the way that she's ran on and asked more questions that she very much does not get to talk to people a lot and is trying to make the most of this.
well, you're certainly you can leave your canoes here if that's what you're asking about. I don't imagine they'll be bothered much. Doesn't really put me out much either.
That's
But,
kind of what we were looking for, yeah.
Any good places to get some food in Reygrove that you're familiar with?
Oh, there's a place where the very few people who go there from out of town stay. I believe it's called the Peak Shade. Peak Shade. It's a hostel or a hotel or an inn or something like that.
Any
Good amber sap, if you like that.
amber sap? You know how much that runs?
I do not. So I've not paid for a drink in quite some time.
Because of not wanting, or?
Well, if I go and stay there, I usually make friends who buy me a drink. But
well-
more often than not, I'm here, and the few people I talk to from there will come by here.
We'll make sure that that tradition continues. I'll put 2 gold on the table with her.
Okay. She'll eye it with a raised eyebrow or two.
Research pays well, I suppose.
It can.
Who'd you say you were researching for again?
Sort of for ourselves, actually. It's more so a bit of a personal thing after the attack on Prowett. Kind of took it upon ourselves to kind of deal with the issue, you know?
Hmm.
So we're just trying to learn as much as we can to help the greater people, as it were.
Do-gooders.
Least we could do.
Well, certainly keep me abreast of anything odd you find.
If we catch anything, we'll see if maybe the Underbranch will send another scout out to speak with you.
I would appreciate it. It hasn't been trending in the best of directions here lately, so... Yes. Out of curiosity,
She looks over at you, Aegwin.
your book, what's it do? I'm curious about these sort of things like I mentioned.
I'll go ahead and kind of pull out the book. This is a very special book.
I
Because-
imagine so.
Let me see. I go ahead and kind of flip it open. And I look to the rest of the group. Forgive me. I just think it's going to be a little fun. And I kind of go over next to her and I start writing down her physical traits.
Okay.
And then, as soon as I'm done writing, I let it sink into the page and see what the book returns.
Okay. Well, it returns all the information on a gnome.
Yep,
She's not some shape-changing thing,
perfect.
or at least based off your description. And as the ink appears with the details,
Well, does it do it for people, creatures, anything?
Kind
Trees?
of, you know, whatever thing I need to be analyzing, I guess. Information regarding mostly living things. But, you know.
That sounds like it could be very helpful for the research part of all this.
Exactly.
Very interesting. Not quite the same, but
she pulls out of a pocket a little, kind of like a gem lens, like a jeweler's lens that has sort of a small green gem set at the corner of it.
sort of does a similar thing with
And she points around at the magical items that each of you have.
tells me about them. So when I find something interesting,
It's incredibly useful.
Yeah.
yeah, certainly can be. Good to prevent you from finding, a cursed thing and getting sucked into it and all that.
Are you
Yeah,
speaking from
definitely.
experience?
That's what I've heard, at least.
Hmm.
Never happened to me, of course. Too careful.
Hmm.
Definitely a collector of trinkets.
Well, lots of odd things make their way into the wetlands, and quite a few of them don't make their way out. So yes, every once in a while I'll find something interesting.
Well, we know where to go if we find anything interesting. Perhaps you'd be able to tell me what this is. I'm going to pull out the small purple stone that I had gotten from Bernadette's.
The small purple stone you had gotten from Bernadette's. Oh boy.
That
Yeah.
I am apparently not able to use.
Yeah.
Like an iron stone or something.
Wah wah wee wah.
1 second.
And all I have is purple headstone from Bernadette's.
Purple headstone.
Said you put it on your head.
Son of a biscuit. Where was that?
Pearl of power would work too, you know?
No, it's not a pearl of power.
No.
I know most of what it does, but I'm trying to find the exact. Okay, I'll have to look again to find exactly what it does, but what I do remember for sure is that, and she explained this to you. Okay, well, you hold it out.
Ooh, very curious indeed.
And she pulls this sort of lens up in front of her eye and kind of twists a piece on it, and it boom, flashes a small green like glow, and then she looks through it for a couple seconds.
You're not a monk, I assume.
No.
Ah, well, you have to be able to use it.
Hmm.
It well, it does a few things, but you have to. Oh goodness, do you know how monks work?
With their hands?
Yes, but they've got some sort of energy thing that they can control, and you have to put that into it to get something out of it.
Interesting.
Is there a limit in the number of times per day that curio works?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Yes, just once, but I don't find things very often, so.
We've got an item we've been carrying around with us for quite some time. One of our friends outside has it. I know she'd be interested in knowing how useful it is. So if we pass back through this way, if and when we pass back through this way, God's willing, perhaps we may seek your services in that area again.
Sure, I suppose.
I found it.
If you are able to, well, if you find a monk, I suppose you sell it to them because they're the only ones who can use it. But if you do and you put some of that energy into it, you can move faster for a while.
It's a shame we didn't just talk to a monk. Like 4 days ago.
I take it to mean you did.
Yeah, it's kind of bad luck. Well,
Let's
that's
by
no
that
problem.
much.
Yeah, we'll be able to find him again, I'm sure.
He'll be around.
Didn't look like he had much money anyway.
Don't
They
say
never
I'm sure.
do.
Well, this has been an extravagant experience from top to bottom. I think it's about time we get on our way. Reygrove demands our attention. Thank you for allowing us to keep our boats here in the meantime.
Of course. Yes, shouldn't be much of a trouble for me. I suppose you might need directions. The best.
You know,
Straightest
yeah,
route.
that'd actually be fantastic.
Right.
Yeah.
So, while that is happening, Eclipse and Brightwing, is there anything specific you're doing outside besides looking around with a 6 perception check?
um, so, I'm gonna just kind of stand outside, kind of go around the house really carefully, making sure we don't step in a tar and feather trap.
Okay.
And yeah, just kind of hanging out with Brightwing and just, it's like, hey, so about what we're doing, and about the people being dead thing, I would assume people don't know that, and also leave it to people much higher up than us to bring that up. Does that make sense?
No, to be frank, it does not.
I mean, that's
I
fair.
do not understand why you are lying, especially to someone that invited us into their own home and took their own risk of us being there, and then specifically asked us for information that would maybe affect their lives, specifically about Gathos. And you all just lied. That makes no sense. Why would we do that? Especially to someone that was hospitable and nice to us.
I mean, that's fair. You're right. It's not that it's a good thing. But think of it this way. If a friend of yours told you that a leader of your village had died, and they couldn't explain why, or couldn't explain anything about it, they just told you that, and that they heard it from somebody else, and somebody told them that, and it was just an endless game of somebody told me, would that make you feel any better about it?
No, but I would like to know about it.
But you'd want to know from someone who would genuinely be able to tell you what happened, right?
I suppose, but
Yeah.
any information is good information. Well, that's not sadly true, but we do have a good source.
And thankfully that source has us in good confidence. But that's also information, for the most part, that we're not supposed to have. The general population isn't supposed to know all of what we know. We've been trusted with it. We can give some of it.
Didn't they
Yeah.
say that there was an assassination? That was public announcement, right? That was part of the speech.
They said they were.
They said that they were
died.
dead.
They
Yes,
did not say it was an assassination.
correct.
Yeah. So,
Even
knowing
still,
that those
this
people
does
are
not
gone,
sit right with me at all.
I completely agree, and it shouldn't. It's not a great position to be in. But in this moment, treat it like a friend told you a secret. You know some of the secret. Those people are gone. That's a fact that those people are going to find out eventually. But what actually happened to them is not as common knowledge as we think it is. So the safer thing to assume is that go off of what they know and don't say too much about what you know and meet them halfway. It's not going to feel good, and I'm not trying to tell you that it will.
It does not, and I will be honest, if this is what we are going to do, I don't know if I want to be a part of it.
Well, I don't like hiding it from them either, because you're right, it is something that's going to drastically affect them. But it needs to be handled carefully. And again, from people who know more than we do, because again, everything we've talked about is just what we think is going on. We don't know for sure if that's the truth. The truth is, these two individuals high in power are dead, and we don't know why.
But you didn't even say that. You just said that there was nothing going on.
I
You said
completely
you
agree.
did.
That was not okay. There's plenty going on. Especially in Broward. That's something they definitely needed to know.
I can understand not saying assassinations, but not saying anything happened? That
Yeah.
would get someone killed.
And you're absolutely right. We'll talk about it though. But in the meantime, just be careful with how much you share. Not that nothing's going on, but some people will take that news differently. And it's not on us to tell them that. It's on, like, a village leader to tell them. Someone more in charge, not just some random person on the street, like us.
I understand. But the beginning of the conversation was a lie.
Yeah, that didn't need to happen.
It was done so easily.
Yeah. That's never comfortable.
I don't understand why someone would do that.
Most people do that to protect themselves. Some people do it to protect another person because they don't want to hurt them. Or scare them. But when people do it for those reasons, that's when things get a little scarier. But we can talk about it as a group. But for right now, to be on the same page, those two individuals, they are dead. And if anyone asks what's going on, we can see if they know that. And if they don't, we'll see where the conversation goes. But how they died or why they died, we do not know. And it's safer to assume that we just don't know. Because we don't.
Again, I understand that bit. I don't mean to be difficult. But this... Like I said, lying by omission, truth will come out eventually.
It will. A lie is absolutely a lie, no matter how way you put it. It's just, it is exactly what it is. Hopefully we won't have to do it again.
I'm afraid that won't be the case if that's how easily they do it.
I'll tell you what, once we're out of here, we'll talk about it. Get on the same page. Remember what that one means?
Hold on. Yes? No.
So it's...
Oh, don't tell me.
Okay.
I'm studying. It means you... It's not with reading book. It's like you're trying to understand someone. No, that's not it at all.
You're there. So it's like if you had the book open and you're looking at the exact same page that I am. We're seeing the same thing. We're thinking the same thing.
I still don't understand that one. I feel like
Again,
that's an easier
it's...
way.
They're weird. I totally get it. But again,
And then
think
Jess
of
said
it...
the other day said that I used one, but in reality, I just used what we call metaphor for what, and that is not the same from what this is.
As you say this, the door opens and Frida walks out. So you see, and then that's like the peak right there is the one you want to kind of keep in your sight.
Gotcha. See, that
And
makes a
try-
lot more sense now.
Yes, don't stray too far in either direction. You end up somewhere you don't want to be. Well,
Gotcha.
most
All right,
of
yeah.
the wetlands is somewhere you don't want to be right now. But
Well,
worse.
yeah, that's fair.
Oh, hello again.
Hi.
I think you all are leaving now.
We'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So...
I hope
No
so.
worries on
Our
that.
canoes.
I don't have use for 3 extra canoes, so turn them into firewood if you don't come back.
That's completely fair. That's within your right. Yeah.
Saved me a lot of time chopping trees, actually.
I mean,
Kind of looks like
If it
she's thinking
saves you
to
time.
herself, weighing the options for a bit.
our canoes are in danger. All right.
Shit. All right. Well,
Did we
we'll
get
deal with
everything we
that
need?
when we get there. Yeah, we've got our way to Reygrove. We've got decent amount of extra information about the goings on in the woods. So I think we're all set.
Jerky for the road?
Jerky for the road, please. Yes.
Waddles back into the house to grab some extra jerky.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna look at Brightwing and then I'm gonna look at the party and just be like, so we're gonna have some things to be on the same page about on the way out of here. But we all need to have a nice, solid chat, if that's okay.
Yeah. I think that's warranted.
She comes back out, a large pouch of jerky.
Oh, let's go.
Man.
I'm gonna,
I'm
as she
still
hands it over,
hungry.
I'm gonna walk up over to her and Druidcraft a few more leaves for Muffin and then some flowers for her to put on display.
Okay. She kind of looks at the flowers.
In my home, when we visit someone else, we try to give gift. So thank you.
Hospitality. It's been a while since I've gotten something along those lines. I appreciate it, thank you. I'm sure Muffin appreciates. Well, travel safely.
Thank
We'll
you.
be back.
That trap back up and running, all right? I want to
Not
see it go
easily
off without
done.
a hitch again.
Oh, of course. Oh, when you come back, there's a small bell. It's behind the post.
She points down the way a little bit. Behind one of the posts that was before that first one, you see a little string with a bell.
If you ring that, I'll come out and disarm. Should be fine. Apologies about. Well, no, I don't apologize. You walked right up.
Don't apologize.
That's what it's for.
It was fucking amazing.
Never apologize for what it takes to make yourself feel safe.
Also, in complete honesty, it was rather unsatisfying how quickly you clean yourself off, so. Maybe
Why
next
these
time I'll
feathers?
move it.
Not for your benefit.
What?
I understand the net, but why the mud and feathers?
Oh, just to amuse myself, really.
It is joke?
I suppose you could call it a joke.
That
It
is a
catches
weird of
people
poking the
off guard.
fun.
What's that?
I said that was very weird of poking fun with mud
Oh.
and feathers.
Well, when you live out here on the edge of the wetlands as long as I have, which is a very long time, your idea of fun does become possibly a little bit odd.
I
Don't lie
encourage
there,
it
but-
wholeheartedly.
Well, there you go.
All right, well, we'll be back. Try not to turn our canoes into firewood unless we take a bit too long. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And we should be back once we've figured out this whole nonsense.
All right. Fair enough. Safe travels and whatnot.
What?
What's that?
Just keep walking.
Okay. All right.
That's when we were like,
You guys-
No, walk away.
Have a bearing which cuts very much kind of like at an angle off the river, but straight through the wetlands towards where you can see distant mountain peaks. And you begin making your way towards Reygrove. Is that where we're going? All right.
So when we get far enough away from the house,
Mm-hmm.
as we're walking,
actually, let's see. Continue, sorry. I just looking at my spells.
kind of just that whole like walk and talk.
Mhm.
So in order to avoid any unpleasant miscommunications in the future, what are we doing about the current state of affairs in the news and about all of that?
All right, so the way that I understand the world to work is that the less densely populated the area, the less sentiment there is for massive government. So I would rather leave it to the Ivory Guard to deliver the information so as to not cause an extremely loud commotion, right? Because in these smaller towns, people can get real rowdy when the government gets involved, let alone when there is a power vacuum. So it would be wisest, I believe, for us to not cause any chaos and leave that to the Ivory Guard. But that's just my point of view.
I agree.
So
It's not necessarily our place to cause panic.
but we still didn't tell her anything?
No,
We told her
she
what was
knows.
what.
We didn't really have a choice afterwards, but yeah,
That's
Bare bones, like just
very bare bones.
okay. So again, we're not sharing that information, or we're sharing the base information.
I believe, with the matter at hand at least, the only real information that we have that has been publicly released is that they are past. I don't see any harm in providing that.
Okay.
Outside
think
of that,
that-
even as reputable as the monks may be, I don't really understand why a person of that standing gave us the information that he did anyway. I don't think that it is viable because we don't really know if it's entirely true. We don't know the speculation. It could be a cover-up. Who knows?
I think it's very situational in situations in times like this, and single one-off like people like this. There are situations in which it would be panic and havoc causing to reveal information like that. However, with someone that we've been trading what could be perceived as delicate information already, in the way that she recalled all of the other information, which is kind of traumatizing, to be honest. I felt like what we shared was the right amount to be received based on her reaction and her recalling of the other information that she had given us. And also, gossiping, in a sense, does help build rapport with people, and it makes them, builds trust, especially in situations like that where she had already given so much information to us.
I think one of the most protected pieces of information is more regarding towards the creatures themselves. With there being an attempted abduction on another child within Reygrove,
Yeah.
something like that getting out within Sawfeld specifically would have been a lot more panic-inducing, because it wasn't necessarily known about, but the authorities are aware enough now to try to put some sort of a stop or protection in the place of.
Right.
Right. You have to find out what happened in Reygrove.
Brightwing, do you want to weigh in on this? Because I know you had some concerns when we were talking.
I would say Brightwing right now is holding onto her staff and looking down, not necessarily not engaged, but listening intently and just taking everything in and understanding and taking the time to understand all your points of views on this. And then she takes a few seconds to answer with that information. I do not disagree with not saying the inducing of the assassinations. What I don't agree with is the effortless lying that was done to a person that opened their house and trust in us, and we did not give that trust back. It was the first word out of our mouth. From the beginning, it was all a lie. Not all of it, but if you say one lie, you have to continue to build lies up. And eventually, everything you say is basically a lie.
The
And I know
importance of that information, especially for us to be delivering it, was much lower priority than the information she was giving us.
I understand that, but for the fact that we did not discuss that before.
That is a mistake on our parts. We should have probably had this discussion long before we engaged anybody else. That much is clear.
And that's why we're having it now.
Exactly. We're going to make sure that we don't make the same mistake again. By watching what we say. around what people?
But
Then
I
what
think
do you say? Then what do you say? Because you all said you specifically, Edwin, mostly was lies.
I said that the political landscape.
So how do I know everything that you have said
Calm
now to
down.
me? I will not come. I am sorry, but I will not be pushed around for this. You have just told a stranger mostly lies. How do I know what you have said to us are not lies?
Right wing,
Do not talk to me like a child.
you are a child.
I am
Now
not.
sit down and listen.
Edwin,
Silence.
cut
Hey.
it off! Who the fuck do
Hey.
you think you are?
I'm gonna put a
I
hand on
am the only
Gaz's.
sensible individual here. Now let me speak. Do not
You are a
interrupt.
murderer, is what you are.
With respect, please.
Guys, we're trying to have a conversation.
Then allow me to speak.
Right wing, 1 sec.
The reason why is because I am trying to make sure that nothing else comes of the catastrophe that has befallen this place. Are you a member of the Ivory Guard? No. Are any of us? No. Are any of us government officials? No. It is not our place as citizens to deliver that information to anybody. And we are probably the least equipped to deal with the aftermath of said information. Because we don't know a damn thing. And as soon as somebody tries to strike up a conversation, well, what happened? You're going to have to lie then. Because we know that they've been killed, but we can't tell anybody that. If people come asking you what happened to them, if they find out they passed, what do you tell them? Huh?
I do not lie.
Then you would tell them that they're assassinated and potentially jeopardize the entirety of what the Ivory God has been working towards. We're trying to maintain peace. Exposing that information may disrupt it.
the information that we have that the monk was given was all speculation. It was theories. It wasn't truth. There is no proof. So why would we go around spreading conspiracy theories when we don't know the for fact that that is what happened and
I am
causing
not
fear and
caring
panic?
about this. The assassination or not, what I'm trying to depose
It's the principle.
is the principle. You are all fabulous liars. I
And
do
if
not
that
understand.
is at the forefront of your concerns, then you need to reorganize your priorities. Because there are people dying. Because there's a plague of blight spreading across the land. And you're concerned that we are omitting information to people who will learn about these things naturally anyways. Let's maybe look a bit more to the future. Reevaluate.
To her protection, that is not her concern. It's nothing of relevance to the situation at hand. It's the process by which it was done. Whether it is a lie or not, that's not the situation. The conversation itself was the principle of what was said. I understand. I get it.
How often, though, when someone asks when you're having a terrible day, how are you? And you reply, I'm fine, because it's none of their business, or because it doesn't affect them immediately. That's a lie.
And that's
Do you
what
just
we're
open
trying
your
to
entire
fix.
life up to a stranger in that reason? I'm shocked that I'm kind of... I understand Edwin's point here.
This is the other side of it. It's the understanding of that situation specifically. And that's what we have to put in place so that we all are aware of. Because it is a bit more than just stating that we're well on a day that we're not.
That's exactly why we need to be a bit more conservative with that. Because it is a bit more than we're fine or not.
But we can
This
also
is...
approach it without lies. That is
So
possible.
in your best case scenario, how would this have gone? Let's rewind. Let's replay it. what is your best case scenario for how that would have gone? And let's say that she is someone who is in a town or flighty or prone to like fits of panic. We didn't know that about her.
This would be the best one to talk about then. If it is regards to the people that were dispatched or whatever happened to them, then maybe instead of saying, oh, nothing, and shutting it off, maybe it's more of saying, it's probably best if you talk to a person of authority.
That's what we were going to get to.
We didn't get to that, though.
Yeah, because we got very quickly interrupted.
And that's the piece.
Exactly.
Because what was said before the interruption, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Brightwing, that is where the conversation is, correct?
You started from the beginning when asking us why we were here. You said we
We
were
didn't lie.
researchers.
I can
We
clarify
didn't lie.
that
We
one
said we
for
were
you.
doing research.
Yeah, Brightwing. To be completely clear, that is what we're doing. We are investigating the creatures and the plants. That is exactly what we are doing. It
I
may
didn't
not
lie.
have been all of the details, but that is exactly what we are doing. We are researching. We're researching for Proward. We're researching for my family's sake, and we're researching for Aedwin's group. That is exactly what we are doing. I know it didn't sound like it, and it sounded like a half-truth. But honestly, Faye worded it exactly what we are doing. Again, it's not that it's going to sound good, and it's not going to feel good. But Aedwin is also right. We need to be careful about this. Because again, if we find someone who knows what these are and tries to stop us, we're going to be out of luck. Also, and I'm going to look at Aedwin and Faye, I'm going to be as honest about this as possible. We haven't known you very long. And based on the lies that have happened, Brightwing's trust is rightfully concerned. Does that make sense?
I don't know what I've lied about. I've told you the truth every time. I've answered every question that you've ever asked me, honestly. I've provided additional information about my childhood, I don't talk about that.
Okay.
I feel very I'm very frustrated, and I'm a very good liar. I promise I'm a very good liar. But I have
He's
not
really
lied to any of
fucking
you.
good at it. Just to be
Okay.
fair, yes.
And when I say I haven't lied to any of you, I look at the three of you.
Can I make an insight check?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it's for.
Faye, roll a d20 and add persuasion or deception, your choice, based off what you're doing.
24.
Oh.
$19.
What would she read off of you with a very insightful glance?
I'm not lying. I haven't lied to you. I haven't shared additional details, but any question that you guys have ever asked me, I have not lied about. And you see fear at being rejected and being cast off.
Can
I
get a
will.
read on Aedwin as well?
Sure. Age one, I'll say for you, just roll a general charisma check.
That would be a natural 20.
I'm gonna use the same insight, but it's
Yeah.
still very high.
Oh, okay.
I rolled a 23.
Ooh! Okay, Brightwings was a 24. I'll say you can give any amount of information you want, I'll say, with that close of a roll.
With the acknowledgement that he has not been approached for much specific information since he has joined the group, the information that he has divulged to them has been true.
Okay.
Right.
Brightwing. I will also say, based off that insight roll, that you read beyond just their specific arguments right now a depth of intended good and authenticity that may or may not come as a little bit of a surprise to you and may or may not affect or change at all how you view their arguments, because that's totally up to you and your interpretation of their choices. But I will say that with a 24, you get a sense of however misled or mistaught you may believe their worldview is on this subject, what they're coming behind these words with is a level of authenticity and intended good, if that makes sense.
Yeah. She knew that.
Yeah.
She's like,
So, based on all of that, again, to be on the same page on this, because I feel like one opportunity was missed, a lot happened in that conversation, and we came across someone we didn't expect to come across very suddenly. Moving forward, again, no accusation of lies anymore. We are in this as a group, and we are trusted with incredibly valuable information that, as Adwin pointed out, is not our business to share. Be it the Blightling specifically, or what the hell happened. Clearly the city knows stuff is going wrong. We can expand on that very, very carefully. Are we good?
I like what was said about there is happenings in the world, but we are not the ones to provide that information to you. I think that is the most transparent.
Then that's what we're gonna go with. It is not a lie. We are not allowed to say that. That is not a lie.
But
Is that okay?
I think what Brightwing does need to understand is, and I mean this in the best way, there are situations where you must lie. You must, and it sucks, man. It does. But I would be dead if I wasn't a good liar. I'd be straight up dead in a ditch. 20 years past. Okay? So there are situations like what Eowyn said, which if we come across someone who has ill intent here and they discover what we're behind and we can't lie our way out of what we're doing, they will intervene. And all of those people will be damaged or injured in some way. There are times when it is correct for the sake of doing what is right and what is good.
There are some malicious in nature that will put up a front of peace and friendliness.
And you're very good at telling the difference. So,
I do have one request. And I'm going to kind of look towards Eowyn. We are all adults here. I think that we can treat each other with enough respect of that. We can have conversations, we can talk. But not one of us is more important than the other.
Here's what I'll say. And this will be the end of this. I have been repeatedly willing to lay down my life for all of you. That is my job. That is what I was trained for. And that will not change. I do hold, contrary to popular belief, respect for you people. But I will not sustain repeated attacks against my character. And should it happen again, expect a similar level of retaliation. I want that to be understood.
So from now on, we give each other space to talk. As adults. equally. I think we can agree on that.
Brightwing has gone back to that position of listening. She's been quiet this entire time. And I would say it's just like you would probably feel a shift in the wind a bit. Just it's calm, but there is still a little bit of a chill in it as this conversation has happened. And Brightwing will look up. I understand. I am out of my depth with what you all are doing and what these politics are. And I am sorry I got out of the handle. To be honest, I've never done that before. But I will not change who I am or change my morality to fit the narrative you're trying to put. And I am sorry, I cannot do that.
I think that's fine as long as you understand that everyone's opinions and morality are based on the sum of their own life experiences.
I understand.
You have had a very
that.
private, sheltered life. It appears you've been very well taken care of, and it's admirable and it's enviable. But understand too, please, that not everyone has been surrounded their entire lives by people that are as honest as the people that you seem to have interacted with. There are times when it is unsafe to be very transparent.
I am not saying I will not continue. I will just not lie. So I will not speak. That is what I'm saying. And I totally understand that you all have pain and suffering and experience in your own life to get you to where you are. I understand I have that too. And that is why I speak this. And I understand honesty, trust me. My people are honest, and trust me, they are too honest. And when she says that, you just see pain in her eyes when she says that. But I only ask that we just not start with a lie. If it can be helped.
We will do what we need to do to survive and to maintain peace on the continent. That's priority one. And everything else is secondary. With that being said, we should probably get moving.
We've been walking and talking, but
I thought we were walking the
Yeah,
whole
you've
time.
been moving.
100% walk and
Gotcha.
talk.
Cool.
There's probably a stop.
I feel like
in
the
there
yelling
somewhere,
was
but-
like the
Yeah.
one.
Yes,
yeah.
there was
Definitely stopped a couple of
definitely.
times.
That's very
Yeah.
true. In fact, that's a good point. At that one portion, I think
Yeah,
everyone
that
probably
one
stopped.
that
and
would have been the
probably
stop.
didn't necessarily start walking. So
Yeah,
I think that's a fair
that's
assessment.
fair. Okay,
Hey,
so
We value what you've done for us so far. Just like you're willing to take a hit, we've been willing to stay behind and make sure that you get back up.
I'm gonna walk past him and put a hand on his shoulder and be like, "You're not the only one taking all the hits." And then I keep walking.
I'm going
Okay.
to hold out a hand. The handshake.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Like I said, nothing but respect. Just need to make sure we all know what's going on. And I think we do.
Is everyone happy with that?
I think there are some things that, in regards to morality, that we're not going to disagree on, or that we're not going to agree on, because of our own experiences. And I think that that's okay, as long as we don't intentionally offend anyone else. I think
Or
there is
sabotage
plenty
each
of
other.
there's plenty of gray area there. As long as we all agree to stay in the gray, I think we should be safe.
Right. Okay.
All right. You guys start pressing on. We will.
Everyone's gonna
Yes.
go into the back.
Okay.
Change up the marching order from what normally is, but everyone's gonna
Okay.
be in the back.
Are
Do we have a
you?
normal?
Yeah.
There is a normal, actually.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I'm
Um,
usually in the back. If we're going from the very beginning.
I think I have it. Yeah, hold on. Age when eclipse, Brightwing, Yasnip, Fae. That is the normal order.
Okay, so Brightwing's behind Faye now.
Okay. Brightwing, are
Damn.
you doing anything particular back there?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably she's more out of step with everyone, but I would say probably like 30 feet behind everyone. And she just sort of silently prays to the wilds. And simply like in the prayer, it's more like, the world is a lot bigger than I initially thought. And I know people are complicated, but this sort of complication, I don't know if I am the person to be dealing with this. I don't think I'm equipped at all for this. Should I stay? Sort of prayer, like just wants a sign, like knows she's supposed to be here, but she is doubting.
Okay. All right. We will take our break there and come back in 5 minutes and 55 seconds.
Hmm. Hi,
That's a
I'm
made
sorry.
up area code.
Directory
Yeah,
assistance applications.
What?
Nothing.
It's every movie's phone number. 555. Every single
Oh,
movie's phone
really?
number. Yeah. It's
That's
the number they always
hilarious.
use in movies.
Fake Hollywood.
Fake Hollywood.
All right. And we will return to that point in
Bye,
that many
baby.
seconds. All right. We pick up as you guys begin to walk again through the wetlands in the direction you were pointed by Frida Grasswhistle, who you know have left back at her home. And where we left off, Brightwing, you had issued a prayer of supplication, exploration, seeking answers, seeking advice. As you guys begin to walk again, first thing I'll say, Brightwing, you notice a raven like 50, 60 feet away that seemed to kind of be paying attention to all of your loud kerfuffling. Takes off. Ah! Flies off. And then you guys start to walk. And you say your prayer as you walk and meditate, listen, open your mind. And as you walk, you begin to sort of just take in the wild around you. This is a very wild place. It is not the cities you had been in for the past couple weeks. Well, even more than that for you, with the travel that you did with Yasnif through big cities that by millions and millions of square feet dwarfed what you were used to growing up. This is much more akin to what you know and what you're comfortable and familiar with. And so it begins to kind of soak in a little bit. And as you walk, you kind of think on your life, the life of the Quea in general, the wilds, and you begin to see images in your mind of wild things. Waterfalls crashing, bears snatching salmon out of the river, creatures battling with antlers, smashing into each other. And these images that come into your mind, there is a
Discovery Channel in her mind.
Yes, basically. There is a underlying current of force and conflict and not peace necessarily. And it's an interesting bit of introspection that you have the opportunity to have, if you choose, on how not peaceful the wilds really are. And this kind of continues to set in. And as you walk, you see a fox off in the underbrush that seems to be eating the carcass of something that it hunted and killed. And you recognize some creature who had a life was snuffed out, but to feed this other creature. And the violence of that stands out to you a little bit. This is all things you know and understand and have known for your whole life, and it's very natural. But it's just, there's a bit of an undercurrent to it that stands out in light of recent events. And you glance up in the couple patches of trees that appear every now and then, though not very often, especially as you get deeper into the wetlands, and can make out bits of those craggy peaks that you know are windswept, eroded violently, covered in still snow from the winter, but still standing strong. And there is a sense, a little bit of a small burning coal that you feel within yourself that maybe you haven't before. Where Brightwing grew up so peacefully around people who were peaceful and protective of each other and of her, and then the Kwaekia that chose her and how that sort of shaped her adolescence and its peacefulness and its lack of ferocity and edge, and how that in whatever way may have been disappointing or made you an outlier. And so there hasn't been much of a strong, hard interior or exterior to you for much of your life. But as you see these images and take in the wilds and walk, you recognize some of that in what just happened. There was a conflict, there were words shouted, there were tempers that flared, and you did not cow or stand back. You, for moments, went quiet and thought, but where you felt convicted to, you spoke, and you spoke strongly. And you get a little bit of a sense of this hardened, burning piece of the wilds that maybe you haven't quite felt to be yours before. Somewhere in your midsection. And it feels foreign a little bit, but not wrong. And whether or how it affects you and how you feel about the situation is very much up to you. But I would say that in answer to your prayer, that is the sense that you take from the next several minutes to hours of walking.
That this was a growth needed to happen.
Yes, and or a discovery of something that was already there, but hadn't been tested or brought forward. But that it was there, and you recognize that now, that it is there. And you recognize that it is a piece of the wilds that is just as natural as the peace, P-E-A-C-E, of the wilds that has more primarily dominated you in your life. The rest of you, and Brightwing for that matter, I need somebody to roll a skill check. This is not a full skill challenge, but for the remainder of the day, any one person who wants to speak up and name a skill to help them travel and stay on course.
I think Brightwing's too introspective right now, so she's not gonna do it.
Could I?
Very fair.
Did the gal give us like verbal directions?
Yeah, she did, yes. She gave you kind of a general sense of the direction that you should be going, and you want to keep this peak inside as much as you can, stuff like that. Stay away from this particular river that goes this direction, things like that.
Could I pull out the lute and like make a little rhyme of the directions that she gave us? And like,
shoot.
I love that so much.
Yes.
That's actually so kick-ass, though. What the fuck?
like to the effect of over the river and through the
Yep.
woods
Yeah,
to grandmother's house.
yeah,
we
yep.
go. Yeah.
All right. I will say roll a performance check.
Okay.
And I will say do it with advantage because that is awesome.
I've literally done that though.
Yep.
21.
21. Okay. You guys start making your way through the wetlands, and it is not the loveliest of places to make your way through. It is rather unforgiving, especially as you begin to grow or get deeper in. There's a pretty consistent shift between dense thickets, marshy sort of lakes, small streams that seem to offshoot from the river you came from, or perhaps others. There's not a ton of light that peeks through the canopy that is otherwise pretty solid. but enough with the sun being decently high in the sky. In fact, pretty close to noon as you start this, that you can see your way fine. But it is generally shaded constantly, and it's not the most stable of ground. You have to pick and choose your way pretty consistently. A lot of muck here and there. And as you begin to get deeper in, I'd say 2 hours, 3 hours in, you begin to recognize a smell that is... At first, it seems to just mainly be like swamp smell, bog smell, just a general like nasty, slightly sulfurish thing. But as it goes, there's a sharpness to it that is slightly more and seems slightly more unhealthy, I will say. But you pick your way through, and with a 21, do so pretty successfully as you trudge ever inward. Roughly 2-3 hours in, you've seen a number of clearings throughout this time, but you come across a particular clearing that is a bit unusual visually as you reach it. Largely hardened mud, bits and pieces of water, small pools. But amongst this sort of cleared out area in the mud, you see a dozen or so small pockets that seem to be not necessarily dug out, but almost as if maybe like when there's a large bubble of something and it pops, there's sometimes a like weird crater that's left behind. Sort of like that. Spread throughout this clearing in the dirt or in the mud, the muck. Almost the way that they're spread out, like, has a sort of graveyardish appearance to it, as if someone had dug up a bunch of graves. But they don't look dug. Probably about 2 feet roughly in diameter, most of these holes. Anything you guys want to do?
Is there anything in the holes?
You want to go over and inspect them?
Very carefully.
Okay. You make your way over. Roll an investigation check. 19. You do not see anything in the holes. They're all empty. And as you get close enough to really take a good look, they're probably seem to be that they're maybe a foot to 2 feet deep into the muck. And then maybe there was like a small bubble of some kind that was formed and then has somehow been opened or popped, or you're not entirely sure what, but it is left behind these pockets. And there's not much in there, or at least not objects-wise. What you do see with a 19 is marks, both in and around. Scratches, tracks. It seems like some creature or creatures has been in or through here. And I will say... someone roll a survival check. Or anyone actually in this party can roll a survival check if you want to.
Right.
A natural 20.
Oh my. For a total of
20.
I got a
20.
7.
24.
Okay.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yasnip and Brightwing. It doesn't take long to identify these look very much like the Blightling tracks that you've noticed a number of times over the course of your journeys. And with both of you rolling a 20 or higher, you also notice a single pair of what seem to be loosely humanoid barefoot tracks that move amongst these holes or pockets. Not quite sure what the race or creature would be. It's a bit of an exaggerated length and boniness to whatever left the tracks, but seems to be roughly humanoid feet shaped. One pair of those. And then as you continue to investigate, notice these tracks from all of these pockets going in all kinds of different directions.
Can we see a direction from, like, can we identify a direction that they began and have left?
I will say with the 20 and 24 survival checks that were rolled, Brightwing and Yasnip can make out, it seems possible that the tracks began in these pockets and moved outward.
Oh, they're freaking zombies. I think.
Hey, Edwin. How does something get here from the Feywild?
Shit. Well, in theory, either the creature has the innate capability to shift planes, or another thing has the capability of shifting planes and brings one over. You could also create a doorway to the Feywild, although that's a bit more uncommon. A physically manifested doorway that allows you to pass through, but...
Anything with growing them?
Growing what?
I don't know.
I-
Rightwing, what can you make of this?
Yes.
Does it look like something was dig up from these pockets? Or came out of these pockets?
It does not. What do you mean by that?
So, like, like, is there, like, ground around it from where the pockets are? Like, were the pockets natural, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Was it dug up or did it push out?
Yeah.
It seems a lot more like the latter. It does not seem like there are piles of dirt that something would have dug a bunch of holes and left them here like this necessarily, if that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
It seems more like at whatever point and in whatever way these pockets opened, that creatures then came out of them.
Is the ground muddy? Is it viscous? Or is it earth?
It is somewhere between the two. It is largely mud muck. Some of it's like hardened over and caked in the way that mud
Yeah.
does.
But does it look like it could have been wet and, like, it could have been like bubbles of a bog that, like, popped, and, like, you ever see, like, something pop on something that's, like, really thick, like slime bubbles or something, where it leaves, like, that indentation where there's no, like, earth displaced, but you could see the indent?
It
Or
is a little bit.
Or is there displaced earth?
It's a little bit like that. Yeah, no, it's a little bit more like that.
Is there one pair of, like, tracks coming out of each individual hole or dimple?
It's hard to tell exactly that, because there's a bunch of scuttling around tracks wise that happens within each one, and then it looks like sometimes one will come out and move over another, and so they're all kind of jumbled to some degree, but
Oh,
you
okay.
at least
I
see
understand more. I
some
understand.
tracks in and around all of them.
And the
Can I
humanoid,
defer then?
the humanoid one is barefoot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make
Does it look like it tracked each pocket, or it was just, like, centered?
It seems to move throughout.
Okay.
Can I ask
Is
a
there
dumb
like a
question?
pattern to it, or is it more random?
No, it's hard. It's hard to make out any particular pattern because it just
Okay.
moves throughout all the area. What was
Okay.
your question, Eclipse?
Have we taken a short rest? Does being at the house count?
I would say that being at the house can count as a short rest. Yes.
Oh
Thank you.
gosh. I have FYI guys, I have no spells. I have like 2 spells left. That's it.
What did we do today?
Got the,
We fought.
the
We
thing.
fought last session.
I did a
You
lot of
slept
healing.
since then.
We've
Kinda-
slept
yeah,
since
we've
then.
slept
This
since
is a
then.
fresh day.
Oh,
You long rested
frickin'.
in the night.
Well, there
I
we go.
must have not hit my long rest button.
I was like, I have everything.
Yeah, I have everything. I'm like,
I have nothing. Well, that means I've never picked my spells for the day. Gosh darn it.
Oops.
Well, I don't want to metagame, but I could.
what a statement.
You do whatever Brightwing would do, Brightwing.
Listen, man, if I can't metagame that they had a conversation, it already said things. You got this. I'm just saying. Moving on.
Fair and valid.
You know what I could have cast? I could have had prepare calm emotions today, guys. That would be great. For my
That's
stuff.
not metagaming.
That's not metagaming at all.
Can I have that in the real
Yeah,
world?
yeah.
I need some
Probably
True.
color.
would not have gone well.
No, it would
Oh,
not.
oh.
Well, I could have also prepared fine traps.
Does calm emotions count
Hello?
as a lie?
I'm so glad you didn't get that long rest now. Wow.
If
Anyways,
if these things came out of whatever these are, what does that change? Anything?
Oh, okay.
not really. Assuming that they are fey creatures, we're already aware that fey creatures are crossing over into the material plane, so
Right.
it's not.
Something
I-
else
Whoa.
with it, though.
This feels ritualistic. It makes me think of that lovely lady that Frida was mentioning, that witch.
Yeah.
I'm
Magilla
sorry,
was her name.
Oh, what?
That was the. Oh.
Yeah. Remember when
Yeah.
we found the little red cap and he was talking about Magilla?
Well,
Pretty sure that's what she was talking about.
Oh.
You know, that crazy, fucking indescribable creature that lives in the swamp. Now, that's assuming a lot, right? Like,
It's a possible connection.
yeah.
I mean, obviously, I don't think a creature like that is creative enough to have manufactured something like that in his own mind. I also think that people that live in solitude are also often misunderstood, so we could be very far off. She may actually be a very lovely lady, but she could also be a swamp bog witch that is summoning evil fey creatures and wreaking havoc on this part of Kathos. So, let's say go into it. Yes, rightly. Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong. Oh,
Let's
I
work
got
on that.
wrong.
Let's find a good answer. Can I cast 2 spells while they're all talking?
Sure. What do you want to cast?
Oh my god.
She'll take out a book. The book that she has been reading, the one on dragons and the lore and stuff like that. And I will cast Borrow Knowledge.
Mm.
And it says
Okay.
proficiency. I guess I'm gonna do Arcane proficiency.
Okay. All right. So you have proficiency in Arcana for an hour.
For an hour. And then I would also like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
But I know that takes 10 minutes to cast ritually.
You're going to cast Detect Magic ritually.
Yeah.
Borrow
while they're
Knowledge is not
talking-
ritual.
Borrowed spell is not. It's just a cast.
Okay.
The other one is ritual.
Okay.
A borrowed knowledge could be a ritual. Is that not right?
Could it be? I don't.
Could it
doesn't
be?
say ritual for me.
No, it is a
Could it be?
one action cast.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll say she probably sits in the center of all the little.
Do you sit in a hole?
Can I sit in a hole?
You could sit in a pocket, sure.
I'll sit in a pocket.
Okay. It's not the cleanest place you've ever sat, that's for sure.
She's used to mine. It's fine.
Mhm.
Is it mud?
Okay.
Or is
I
it
can
something
fix that.
else?
You.
It certainly doesn't smell very good, but it does seem to be mud muck of some kind, swamp muck. Your detect magic finishes in 10 minutes. Nothing stands out beyond. What's the radius?
Detect magic.
Feet, I think.
Mm-hmm.
either
It's
30.
concentration, so she could walk around if she wants to.
Yeah.
The 30 feet radius of me.
Okay.
So if I'm not picking anything up from where I am, I'll probably just walk around to each.
Is it 10 minutes?
10 minutes, yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah. The whole clearing is like maybe twice that, so it doesn't take you long. And it's not filled with these holes. There's like a dozen of them. So really you can probably get all of them in a short period of time if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Nothing pings beyond the magical items on your friends that you have noticed before and or saw glowing today in the hut.
Mhm.
And then you wanted to, and then you cast Borrowed Knowledge. So you have a
Yeah.
proficiency in Arcana for an hour.
Mhm.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything else?
To go ahead and kind of put this out there, we are already aware that these creatures are being aided by something with higher intelligence
Mhm.
because of those circlets. So it's not entirely unrealistic that we see something a bit more humanoid here, right? So I mean, it's
No, and
just kind of
also Bagnox and Rill said that they had a boss, but that they didn't know who the boss was.
Well,
So
it
perhaps-
wasn't that they didn't know who this was.
I thought it was something
that-
like
well,
She didn't
they
want to be
know.
named.
she.
They also haven't
Said
met
she.
her
Yeah,
in person.
that was what the scroll was for, but we gave that to the monk because I felt that would have been easier to track them down than us using it. And I didn't feel comfortable having it.
She. I mean, that's a lot of she's. It
I
seems like
hate
one too many to be a
coincidences so
coincidence.
much.
Yeah.
I can't believe.
Definitely something to keep an ear out for. So
So
just
this
kind of keep that in the back of your mind. But I think we shouldn't dwell on it for too long yet. We need a
This-
bit more info.
doesn't change much. Can I look for? You said that all the tracks are going out in different directions. Is there a large populace of them going in the way that we are going to Reygrove? Or do we know about how far away from Reygrove we are?
You know and I would say you probably discussed this briefly with Frida. It takes about a day of walking from her place to Reygrove. Even walking for a few hours. So you might be getting you might be a third of the way there or so. At this point. And I would say you see, if you kind of go out to the outer ridges of this clearing, a couple go one way, 4 or 5 go another way, the others go another. They seem to be mostly dispersed. Yes.
Hmm.
Well, if this is an origin, then we have that information, I suppose.
I think it's possible that we may find out more info once we get to Reygrove about whatever these may be specifically, as long as we give the proper detail. So,
We have to be very careful. If this is where that they did come up from, then very possible there's a lot nearby.
yeah.
Well,
Yes.
and also, if those two that we had met on the road are working for her, that it's not impossible that there are people in the town of Reygrove that are complicit. I think we need to be very careful with whom we question.
Probably
Either
stick to the secret.
complicit or under control.
Yeah.
There's certainly reasons to be cautious. But we'll find somebody who's reliable. Seems like there are people who are trying to stop this as much as we are. I think we'll be
We've
able
got
to
a
find
walking
out.
lie detector with us, so
Yep.
I feel like
I think we'll be fine. Just gotta play cards close to the chest before knowing everything. We'll see. For now, maybe we should track it a bit slower. Try and keep a bit of a closer eye out for anything potentially dangerous.
I don't necessarily want to slow down. I don't want to be so far from civilization when we stop. I'd rather push as far towards Reygrove as we can.
Hey, Matt. What time?
Jess. It would be about 2:49 p.m. in the afternoon.
I have quite of the day still.
Yeah, and from what I understand, it wasn't that far to Reygrove from the hut. Definitely
these-
less than a day's travel.
When you encountered these creatures before, did they seem sensitive today in any sense? Were they nocturnal?
Didn't come up.
Okay.
Well, the attack was in the day,
Mm.
It was
Mhm.
cloudy though.
but it was cloudy.
I just it
It was
matters
storming,
sometimes.
actually.
Yeah. I
Rain.
think they may have some aversion to sunlight. They didn't seem very happy with being outside of that cave, but there were instances where we were fighting and there was light outside and they didn't seem to avoid it. So it's kind of an up in the air on that one.
Okay. It matters sometimes. So in regards to attacks and things, because if that was the case, if they were perhaps nocturnal, it might be safer to rest now
They
in a
Matt,
defensive
Matt,
Defensive
correct
spot.
me if I'm wrong. They did necrotic damage when they hit us?
That would make
let-
sense though because of the blight.
Actually,
Let me check
I
in,
know now?
scraping,
That would be
hyping,
clutch.
please.
let's see.
I don't remember.
About that.
Because I know I really tried to hit them with a Sacred Flame to see if Radiant damaged a lot, but I never was able to hit them with the Sacred Flame. So,
Hey, Dexy.
No,
DXD.
they did not particularly do any necrotic damage that you experienced. You never hit one with a sacred flame, did you?
I know, that's my point. I was just
Okay.
like, because I never got the information. I just wondered.
Yep.
They were awake during the day when we encountered the children themselves. When we left, it was still daytime, so they were.
I
Definitely
just don't
not.
know.
Nocturnal.
But it was
Like I
underground
said.
still.
Sometimes it matters and sometimes it doesn't. I feel like it's
Yeah.
worth.
I think it's more
Yeah.
preference to moisture than it is daylight or, moonlight. I think it's more they prefer to stay in rivers or rain or what have you. So,
Like amphibians.
It's
Right.
not far off. Yeah.
which is why
Oh, dust bunny.
we're in a fucking swamp right now. I mean, they're having a ball out here, that's for sure.
There's just a frog with a banjo. Oh,
Run!
I have to get going more. Make some space.
Yeah, maybe there's a chance that, I mean, places like this tend to have trees that are quite branchy. So if there's any chance of us being able to find some cover, that might be our best bet.
Well, we can make it to Reygrove by the time night falls. We just gotta keep pressing on.
Might be a little after dark, but I'd be willing to keep pushing.
And keep pushing we shall.
All right.
Push it real good.
Push it real good.
It was in my head,
As-
but I wasn't gonna
Is
do
that
it.
inspiration?
No, absolutely not.
Damn it.
I still haven't used mine. I realized that today.
Yes, I know. No one has, I don't think. Because
Wait,
more than one
what?
person has gotten some. DM inspiration. At least 2 of you have gotten it, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh.
As you begin to push forward and are now getting much deeper in, I need you to make a group dexterity check
Oh man.
to traverse this
I'm alright with
Oh
that.
shit.
swamp.
Just check, not saving throw.
I'm not
Yeah,
alright
Yep.
with
that's
that.
not bad.
I just had Sam syndrome. I dropped my dice and I rolled really well, and then I
Hey!
actually rolled it and it was shit.
21
Oh, 9 plus 10. Nice.
plus 10.
Yeah, 9 plus 10, 21.
Yeah, let's go.
What?
21.
Boy, you stupid.
Alright, Faye 21. Aedwin?
12.
Eclipse?
6. Is it a
Yaznib?
check? Yeah.
Yes, it's a check.
17.
Hey.
Okay. Brightwing?
13.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
When I slipped, it was a 19, and I did a roll for integrity, and it shot me in the foot. Fucking whatever.
Pretty mixed. As you continue forward, the terrain definitely becomes more difficult to traverse. And travel seems to be a bit slower than would maybe be ideal. A few more hours pass this way, and dusk is beginning to arrive.
I would say that phase 21 is, and like the not getting stuck in the mud thing is more of a fear and hatred of being dirty than it
Uh-huh.
is a skilled traveler of difficult terrains.
sure.
It is just the ew. Yeah.
I
Excellent.
think Brightwing is avoiding the bigger ones, but probably walking right through the little ones, like not
Okay.
caring in that same
Sploosh,
regard.
sploosh. Fair enough.
Like if you have
Um,
rain boots and you're not walking through a puddle, what the
Yep.
frick is wrong with you? You need to walk through the run.
As dusk begins to approach, while there is still a bit of more orangish light coming through, the shadows of the trees and the general shade of the wetlands begins to set in and things grow a little darker. And after a little while, does anyone besides Brightwing have a passive perception of 15 or higher? Okay. Brightwing,
Mm-hmm.
you catch a ways off ahead of you and a little to the left what seems to be the glint of firelight.
Okay. How much fire? Like a campfire? Or like a lantern?
Not like the forest is burning down. No, just a very small glint, kind of lightly lighting a few trees a ways off.
I think-
Far enough that you can tell your party doesn't really seem to take notice, but your very sharpened eyes do.
I think Faye is next to me for doing. Faye's
Mhm.
in front of me, right?
She's in front of you.
Then
Yeah.
I'll tap Faye and just point.
You could barely make out a slight glow, maybe, in the trees a ways off.
Like the infrared dark vision, like the like a little like
Kind of.
guys, there's a light up ahead. Do we want to just go wide, or do we want to try to get close enough to see if it's anything interesting?
Is it just one light?
It's like a firelight, like campfire. I could try to like get within distance and see if I could see anything.
Yeah, I mean, just see if we can figure out what it is, and if it's not something of immediate importance, I think we just carry on.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be dire, but it's like whether or not we need to actively avoid it or not.
Right, yeah.
All right. I will put the hood of my cloak up and cover my white hair. No, by all means, come along. I could. It's always better to travel in pairs.
Okay. 2 of you. Everyone else staying behind.
Crouch.
All right, and I'm assuming
I
stealthily.
will
Uh-huh.
probably go halfway to keep an eye out for them.
Okay, so you're gonna stealth with them for a bit, but once you get closer, you're gonna hang back.
Yeah.
All right, roll a stealth check as well then, but I'll keep that in mind.
Woo! 21.
Also 21.
Wow, we were.
Twinning.
8.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You guys make your way probably 60, 80 feet that direction before a pretty noticeably splish-splashing right wing. You kind of both glance at her and probably stop there if you want to let them go ahead. And then the next about 60 to 80 feet, you guys move on ahead very quietly, stepping carefully from solid area to solid area. Eventually, you reach what seems to be kind of a sprawling area that is a little less dense with trees, but there are several pools and marsh areas. And you do see this firelight and what does seem to be possibly some sort of campfire. Roll a perception check, both of you.
Come on, new dice.
11.
Oh my god. Dirty 20. It's a miracle.
Wow. Okay. Yasnip, you and Faye both see crouched on either side of this rather large campfire, a few feet in diameter, 2 hulking forms, maybe 8 feet off the ground, and they're somewhat like crouched, very heavy set, greenish, slimy looking skin, sort of matted dark hair, hideous creatures.
Are they trolls?
I would say both of you have enough background and education to recognize these look to be something akin to trolls. And they are sitting on opposite sides of this fire,
Nope.
turning a spit that appears to have a carcass on it that they're both also apparently eating from, munching with one hand, turning the spit with the other. And Faye, you, but not Yasnip, see several feet away a cage. And in the cage, a small, well, relatively small, gray-furred creature. It looks kind of like a very, very large otter. Maybe 3 feet long, 2 to 3 feet long, and a foot to the shoulder. But with a 20, you see a few odd differences. Kind of buggy, gecko-looking almost eyes, set kind of a little bit more to the side. A pair of fangs, and a clubbed tail that
All
looks...
I see is Sid from Ice Age.
Not that ugly. Way cuter. But that kind of odd, buggy eye-ness is a little bit there, yes. But then more like an otter than a sloth. Kind of that same low-to-the-ground body shape. And its tail, almost, it ends in this sort of thicker piece that looks kind of like reeds in a swampy area. We know what the little, I don't know what that would be called at the end. The clubbish sort of bit.
Cattails?
You know what I'm talking
Cattails?
about? Yes,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. Cattails. Kind of looks like that, but a kind of more thick, ropey tail. And every once in a while, you hear... coming from the creature. And every once in a while, when it does that, the other one will pick up a stick and throw it at the cage.
Does the one that's on the spit look similar? Is it similarly
It's
sized?
very charred, and
Is it
there are
quadrupedal?
pieces ripped off of it, but very possibly, yes.
Mm-mm. I'll look at... Yeah, isn't it?
I don't think we should fuck with trolls.
I agree. But this is a matter of conscience as well.
What do you mean?
We just had a very long conversation with Brightwing about lying. And she mentioned specifically lying by omission. So if we say there's trolls up there, we are correct. But if we omit the fact that there's an adorable creature in a cage,
Okay,
we're lying.
now you have me accountable because I didn't know that there was an adorable creature in a cage. This could have been on you.
In
I'm
that
trying-
second,
Actively to be a better person.
you're
I get it,
Yasnip.
I get it, I
You
get it,
hear.
I get it.
There's an adorable creature in a cage. It looks like an otter. But also fucking trolls. Like, I've read the books. I don't need to meet them in person. I'm fine. I experienced them in as much close up detail as I would like. Do you have any magic that could be used from afar to open a door or anything?
Yes and no. I could use the magic from afar and then get close. Matt, you're...
I just said you hear that the creature make that whimpering noise
Fuck.
that the dog is making.
Damn it,
No,
Matt!
Matt, no!
You sick motherfucker!
Yasnip, in your head, you hear. Yasnip.
Does she have
I
message?
think
Oh
he's
no.
right. We have the earrings.
Oh yeah.
Do you need assistance?
Oh no.
Trying to discern that right now. What the fuck are we doing?
I don't know. I really, really, really don't want to
Do I-
fight a troll.
Do I know what this is? Do I know what this creature is?
Yeah. Is this
I
some?
will say
This isn't like
yes.
a race, is it?
Yeah. Is this a sentient creature?
I will say you can both roll a nature check with disadvantage.
Oh,
Shit. Nature? Oh no.
7.
I got an 18 and a 17. So that's
Wow.
a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay. I will say that you've read enough stories that at some point one of these probably popped up as a secondary character or friend of a character. They are, or it looks to be, a reed lapper. Yes, which you know to be a creature that largely swims in shallow waters like this, rivers, swamp areas. And I would say that you probably know this from the books that you may have read in which they appeared, are often ridden by smaller creatures at their full size, which you understand to be a good 8 feet long. Yes, so you would understand pretty clearly this is not a full-grown reed lapper.
Is it
You're cutting
You're
out.
cutting
You're
out.
so high
You're too high for your mic.
It's just a baby. It's just a little baby.
My baby
Like-
what?
Baby reed lapper. They're like little water dogs.
Fuck.
It's a puppy. It's a goddamn puppy, Yasnip. We can't leave a
I
fucking
know what it
puppy.
is, and if we don't go and get it, we're never gonna hear the end of it because of...
I'm never gonna be the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. All right, we need to plan. We have the advantage. We need to plan this. We can spring a trap.
Need
something.
you to be prepared to get everyone else close by, just in case.
Matthew.
Remember when Vana said a reed lapper? There's one in trouble.
Reed lapper? Jesus Christ.
No. Nope. Nope.
I'm gonna pitch this right now. Stage whispering is a thing, and Leah knows what that is.
This is true.
So I'm just saying.
But
I'm gonna go back on mute. But also, I want to kill something, so like, let's move on.
Yeah, let's also. Hey Matt.
yes.
Since I have read about trolls, do I know anything else about trolls and like their physicality?
I'm going to say that you know very vague things about their nastiness, and in stories that you've read where princes have saved princesses from nasty trolls and things like that.
That was not my vibe, okay, first of all.
Listen, this is the stories that your parents gave you to read when you were little. You wrote your own when you grew up, but
Okay.
they weren't super specific on like the physiology of the trolls and things like that. It was more just these things are big and nasty, hard to kill, and very violent and hateful creatures.
All right. I think I can make one of them smaller. That might help.
I could try to get close and get it out. And then get away.
It's an option.
But I'm going to lose a dagger doing it.
I could attempt. I mean, I can give you 6 seconds of them doing something else. I'll buy you 3 daggers. I don't want to do anything until everyone else gets a little bit closer, at least.
Yeah. Right wing. See if you can get Eclipse and Eadwin. Bring them a bit closer, just in case. We're not trying to engage. It's trolls.
Your message has been received. I'll go and sneak back to the other two.
Okay.
How far away from the trolls are we?
You guys are probably 60 to 70 feet away. Decent ways.
Close do you need to be?
Who? Me?
You.
You're the only one
60
here.
feet.
Right.
They have to be able to... Okay, here's the thing, though. They have to be able to hear me.
I've heard you. You can get quite loud.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
It's a talent, really. I mean, sometimes there's just
Yeah.
horrible acoustics. It depends on the theater.
Big facts.
What is it that you're doing? If they see.
If and when they see you, I would tell them to drop prone. And they would have to immediately fall to the ground and stay there for a number of seconds. And then they would have to get up before they were able to chase you.
Can I perceive if there's a lock on this cage from here? Probably not.
Probably not,
Okay,
no.
that's fair.
And you're looking from behind the cage a ways away, so if there was one, you'd figure it'd probably be on the front, so it's kind of especially hard to see.
Right.
I will say, around this time, one of them kind of puts its mostly gnawed off bone arm down and kind of glances up. Throws it to the side, stands up, and kind of looks, scanning all y'all's direction.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna pick up mud and like wipe it all over my body to get like the swamp smell on me.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the same to Faye.
Oh! Oh no! Okay.
If anything
Let it happen.
happens, do your thing. If you can see me, they can.
That's fair.
And I'm going to go invisible.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the
Okay.
damn cage, Matt.
Okay.
Wait.
Ooh.
Wait for everybody else.
I'm expecting Brightwing to bring the people back, so if
Yeah,
she's been doing
when are we
that,
arriving here?
I'm going.
It's been a while since he asked Brightwing to bring you up, so, but I don't know. Did you state, Yasnip, that she wanted her to bring them to you,
No,
or just close?
closer.
Okay.
We're trying to not
So,
engage. There's
Brightwing, what have
trolls.
you done?
I have snuck my way back.
Snuck my way back.
Splash, 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 plump.
Splash. And I'll get to Eclipse. Edwin. They say there is reed leper and trolls, and they would like assistance, but not all the way, just probably where I was, just in case.
Wait, so we're dropping everything to help a fucking reed leper? You know what? I'll defer to the group. Fuck this. I'm just gonna go ahead and get the sword out. Where are we going?
This way.
I'm trying to process that there are trolls.
He said trolls. They did not
Yeah,
say
this is
how
a-
many nor how big,
Plural. Trolls.
but they said with an S, which is I think how you say pearl in your language. Trolls.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're not fighting them? We are fighting them?
He said just to bring you closer, so I am assuming if they need assistance. In
Okay.
case things
That sounds like a
north?
plan.
No, that's not right.
We'll
Things
be
go west.
we'll be quiet. Yeah. South. If they go south. Yeah, that one. Yep. It's a direction. It's going somewhere. Yeah, let's go.
Oh no.
We're
Amazing.
either going to fucking die, or we're gonna get this reed leper killed, one way or another.
Okay,
Let's
I
find out what
need
happens
I'm gonna
next.
get you.
I need the three of you to roll stealth checks. Brightwing, a new one for you.
Please.
I got disadvantage.
Let's go. Oh man, I
RNGs
dropped one
is
again.
Good news
please.
is you're in the opposite direction of you.
Do I get anything?
Could I, as
They're in
as
the
as
wilds.
as Yasnip is walking?
Not
So
for
where are
stealth.
we? Hold on. Before
Yes.
while all this is happening, while that
Plus
conversation
them?
is happening, where is Yasnip in relation to where I am? Like we rolled up straight on to this group.
Mm-hmm.
So they're here. Where is the relapper? Is he like to our like 3 o'clock or 6, like our 12 o'clock?
you know what? I will go ahead and just put you on the map,
There's
shall
a-
I?
Heyo.
Oh
There's a
my.
Shall I put
Why
you on
would
the
there
map
not
then?
be
I
a map,
know, I
Brian?
know. It just makes it more of a reality now.
It just means
Listen,
it's
you could have
real.
bypassed this map very
You know we
easily.
couldn't have bypassed this map, Matthew.
Dude, literally,
You
Sable
put a
would have
dog.
showed up in the middle of the
put
night
a
and
puppy.
sawed all of our feet off if we did not save this.
Yes,
lab.
that is
So,
very
like,
true. If Vanna had ever heard this, well,
That just
Sable,
makes you an asshole.
she actually would have flown to your houses and murdered you, but
Yes.
that's besides the point.
Where's the map?
Ew!
It is-
Those trolls look gross.
It is there. So, Yasnip, and
have
I
it.
will say,
Oh, it's just here.
Faye, you are also here.
Muck covered.
What?
We're covered in
Muck covered.
Yes, you are muck covered. Adrian, you're way down in the bottom left, off
Oh.
the map.
Wait, what? Bottom left.
Yes.
Wait,
Yes.
are
Look
we-
at them. Look at them. Your
My-
teammates, your
Okay,
companions.
hold
You're off
Yeah.
the
So
map.
you can hang out in that corner for now, but you're technically a little further away than
Directions
that
are
even.
weird.
I was
So,
in the wrong
Before you ask your question, Faye, what are your stealth checks, please, new trio?
Can I put myself on the map?
I can put you on the map.
Okay, cool.
thing. This is why I'm asking.
Right wing. Okay. Stealth checks. 3! Ah! Of course. Why would it not be from
I have
the
disadvantage
chainmail
on
wearing
stealth.
paladin? Yes,
Yes.
yes, you do. As does Eclipse. Eclipse?
I got a 6.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
We're fighting trolls,
Oh
baby!
my
Right wing?
god.
Just for fun?
A 19?
Again,
Well,
I picked it
that
up.
is good.
It fell out of my hand, and it was a 14. Then with integrity, it gave me a 6.
I
That's
think
what
what he's
I was
trying to
gonna
tell
say.
you is roll with conviction.
An advantage or disadvantage. Just
Yes, what were you going to say, Faye?
So this is where we're orientated. So Yaz
Yes.
is obviously gonna kind of curve around to the right in my mind. That's what I think he would do.
He certainly can do whatever he pleases, but yes.
Right. I can't see him, so I'm assuming that's what he's
I
doing.
would have
So
elaborated that I would do that. Yeah.
I don't think
Okay.
he's left you yet because the group has not come up as he requested yet.
I will then, as
You also
sneaky as
didn't correct
possible,
me.
following the cover of like these, whatever this is, curve around to the left a little bit, so I'm still within 60 feet. But that I know that these people that are coming up behind me are not sneaky, and I want to still be able to be effective. So I
Okay.
would like to curve around to the left and like kind of pinch her a little bit so that I can see if, from a better angle, if he goes visible. Based on what he told me, he's like, if you can see me, they can see me.
Okay.
So I would
Okay.
ideally like to get somewhere up over in like this-ish area. Is there any cover there?
So here's what I will say. I will say you can get to here-ish, kind of amongst these trees, without rolling a new stealth check. If you want to try to make your way over to where you marked, it will take a new stealth check. Because it is going to involve going out much more in the open, and it's going to be a little bit more about incredibly quiet movement than it is about like hiding behind cover, which you have been so far.
I'll
So
try
that
it.
is your choice. Okay, roll a new stealth check.
I'm sneaky.
Sneaky.
That's a natural 20.
Damn. Okay. And wait. Are you doing this before you hear or feel Yasnip leave?
That is as we agree to be like, okay, ready, break. Like,
Okay, so
and then
yes, very fair. So what I will say then is about 30 seconds, about a minute after Yasnip, you sent Brightwing off to hear the group. You both hear coming from back the way you came.
It's a terrible fucking idea. Gotta go.
they're a good distraction.
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys want to split?
Yes.
split?
Okay. Yasnip, go ahead and roll a new stealth check as well, but with advantage.
It's a 23.
Okay. And Faye, I will say that right before you split, you can see the group kind of making their way through a couple trees about 40 feet behind you. You give them a shush, and then you leave?
Yeah.
Okay. While they both move, other trio, what do you want to do? Do you want to stop where you are? Do you want to walk up to where they were? Do you want to split and follow, I guess, Faye, because you don't see Yasnip at all right now?
Well, as we were walking, I'm going to look over to Eclipse and just say, I don't exactly know why they think we should be, like, trying to be sneaky or something, or, like, because, like, I mean, look at us, right? I mean, this just is a recipe for disaster.
I
honestly.
mean,
it's
look at
just
the floor.
That doesn't help either, to be fair. That's not, like, great for us. Yeah.
And at that moment, you glance up and see Faye go shh, and then scuttle off.
I just stop moving.
Okay.
Yeah, we just stop, I guess. Cause, like,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I will
still
say.
have my sword out ready.
I'm gonna
Okay, I will
kind of
say-
crouch lower and take advantage of the dark.
All right. Brightwing, what are you doing?
I would like to branch around. And do a cup, like, it's going to be a little bit of a puppet
Do a
show.
cup?
Where am I?
Puppet
I'm
show?
not even on the map
You're
yet.
not technically on the map yet. You're like
Okay.
southwest even of the corner of the map by about
Um,
another 20 feet or so.
How far away is the trolls?
From where you are right now?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, probably about
110.
120, 130 feet because you're off the map a little bit.
That's a lot
Okay.
of feet.
Then I will get in 60-foot
Feet, you
range
say.
behind this tree.
You ever seen that meme?
Behind which tree?
This tree is not letting me.
I do not
This
see
tree?
anything. This one?
This
Okay.
tree.
Sure. All right, so you're going to continue forward.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
But
and
when
your
I
goal
get-
is to get to that tree.
Yeah. Can I do something when I get to the tree?
Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
So, here's the order of events. Oh boy. Faye and Yasnip split after she gives you the shh motion, which causes Eclipse and Agewind to stop 20 feet southwest off the map. Brightwing continues moving in the direction that she was going towards that tree. You two split out very quietly, and in Yasnip's case, invisibly. However, the sounds of the original trio seem to have potentially alerted one of the trolls. This one, who stands up as garbles something at his friend in a language you don't understand, and then starts ambling his way southwest towards the sounds slowly. I would say he gets to about here at the time that you guys get to here. Faye and Yasnip, you get to the two places you're at.
And we are
And
unnoticed.
Brightwing, you get to about here. So you're still about 30 feet from the tree. Yes. And Eclipse and Agewind, you're still about 20 feet off the map because you stopped. Any new actions given the change in trolls? Okay,
So
Faye is
do
holding behind the
do
tree.
we at this point hear the trolls, like, approaching? Like, the sound is very clearly getting louder at this point.
I would say you can very clearly see the campfire at this point, and I would say that you can hear the crunching and see a generally large shape beginning to move your direction from where you're at.
I'm just gonna look over to Eclipse. So we're doing this, or...
I don't think I've ever fought anything that big. Well, that's not true. We did fight something else that big.
It's fine, just aim for the ankles.
I can do that.
Yep. Crack the neck a couple times. and then
So,
just
just
start...
kind of like.
Yeah, yeah. Just kind of, you know? And then just start walking
And
forward.
as you guys walk forward, I'll be like, I'm going to do some distraction. Let's try
Yeah.
to keep them.
Go for it.
They just keep walking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, brandishing weapons. Okay, so you guys are just walking towards the troll that's walking towards you guys. And
Yeah.
Yasnip, what are you doing?
So they're walking forward further?
I mean, not
it
like
does-
running pace. It's just kind of,
it-
you know.
It seems so, yes.
There's a fight.
And you're
It's
starting.
not bad, you know.
Yeah.
It does seem potentially to be that way, yes.
Alright, fuck daggers, I guess. I'm going to pull out a dagger.
Okay.
No, it has to be a dagger.
That's fine.
I'm gonna try to get closer, but I'm going to have the dagger ready.
Closer to.
I'm trying to get closer to the one that's still by the fire.
Okay.
Each.
All right. So
I-
let me do this.
Ideally, I want to get within 20 feet of it.
Let me do this.
I have to
Yeah.
do it on 2 turns.
Still within 60 feet of the campfire. But it'll do something
Oh.
while I make my way there.
Okay, so I'm gonna say 5, 10,
The
15,
picture
20.
of the little otter
I'm
thing.
trying.
is
I'm
just...
trying to get here. I don't have to do it on 1 turn. But this is where I'm
Okay,
trying to get. Okay.
Got it. I'm gonna say you're kind of skirting this marsh area to be quiet.
Okay.
Get to about there. Faye, you're holding.
Really stupid idea. I'm going to cast
This-
darkness on the dagger.
Okay. That's gonna lose your invisibility.
Yep. But no
Okay.
darkness.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Hold that for a second. This guy's going to step forward several more feet. I'm going to say, Brightwing, you get to about here and can now very clearly see this thing on the other side of this tree. And the two of you who started walking behind her would be about here at this point. So you're all now on the map. Brightwing, you see this creature, and as it walks, it seems to see you. The other two are behind. You cast darkness on your dagger, lose invisibility, but are in a pocket of darkness. And I'm going to say, everybody roll initiative. Oh, mama. Wow, 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 wow.
There we go.
Can I
Roll that.
roll above a
Take
10?
that. I'm not sure.
I cannot. The answer is no. Don't worry.
All right, anything above a 15?
22.
1.
Oh my
20
gosh.
Total.
Faye, what is the lowest initiative you have rolled? I swear it's always above 18.
It's broken.
Okay. So 22 for Faye, 21 for Yasnip,
I do 2 things good. I do Dex and Charisma. That's it. Those are the only things.
and dirty 20 for Eclipse?
Yep.
Wow. What a start. Okay, and then Yasnip and Brightwing, what are you? Or, sorry, Aegwin and Brightwing. 5. 11, okay. All right. I need to get a new marker. Okay. Faye, this makes sense based off how things have been going. You're up first. You see one troll that has very clearly noticed your friends. You can also now see Brightwing. You see the other troll remaining by the fire, though now very clearly alerted.
Mhm.
And you also see, if you choose to look that way, you would see sort of a pocket of shadow appear a good 60 feet to your southeast. Not entirely sure what's going on there.
Yeah. I will say I'm gonna break cover and hop out
Okay.
and look at the one that is rushing towards my friends and say, "A tree blight covered in bacon jumps out of a forest at you. It's an ambush!" And I will cast hideous laughter.
Oh no. Oh no.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the save?
It's a wisdom saving throw of 15.
Okay.
I think
That
I
is
might
a
have just died a
4.
little bit inside.
That is a massive fail. So,
Okay.
as this
Ground
thing
slapping.
finishes its roar at Brightwing, the roar turns into this just horrible, gurgling, disgusting, cough-racking laugh, and it falls to the ground prone, correct?
Prone. Yeah.
Good gracious. Okay. And it gets to make a
And
save at the end of its
then-
turns?
No, I think it's save or suck. Hold on. Hideous laughter at the end of each of his turns. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was a different one. Sorry, I'm looking through. Who's the closest to me?
Oh,
Brightwing.
Brightwing.
Brightwing's within 60 feet of me.
Yeah, and you can't actually see Yasnip right now. You just see a dark splotch over there.
So after that, I will look at, like, as I've broken cover, I'll see Brightwing. Oh, what was I gonna do? I'll just be like, once I see the success, I'll be like, yes. And I'll sing. I'll be like, I'm on tonight, you know my spells, I fly, and I'm dying to kill the boys. And I will give Brightwing inspiration.
Yes!
Hell yeah.
All right, Brightwing, you have an inspiration die, a
Bardic
d6.
Inspiration.
Okay, and that's your turn?
That's my turn.
And you stay there by that tree.
Yeah.
All right, Yasnip, you were up. Eclipse, you were on deck.
I am going to move towards this creature.
The one at the campfire?
One at the campfire.
Okay.
And
With your dagger?
with my dagger. And I'm going to throw the dagger at him.
Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but it stays on the object?
Yes.
Or the radius emanates from the object?
Correct. Around corners.
Let me double check. The point uses an object, darkness emanates from the object and moves with it. Yep, okay. Okay, you're going to throw it.
Throwing the dagger at the troll.
Okay. Roll to hit.
This is with advantage because he can't see me, correct?
Yes, you have... Yeah, you're hidden.
That's good because that was a natural one. Second one, I can't read it. 17.
17 hits. Roll damage.
What is the damage on my daggers? For reference, this is not the dagger from Eclipse, nor is this the dagger from the Goblin Bot. Just throwing that.
Good to know.
Thanks for specifying.
Yeah,
It's
you
really-
need to specify it. 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And the dagger is now stuck in him, emanating darkness.
It is. All right.
I'm going to chuck a hand axe.
There it is.
And you can see through this darkness?
I can see through this darkness.
Okay. You can see what's happening. Roll an attack.
You don't have a clue.
No longer...
No, still with advantage. 'cause
Still
you
with
can't
advantage,
see me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Now everyone's
Uh,
hidden from him.
16 on that one.
That also hits.
4 points of damage.
Okay.
And then
All right.
with my last 10 feet, I'm going to start moving towards the other one.
Why not?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to move towards the other one.
All right. That is your turn. Eclipse, you're up.
All right. Am I still 20 feet off the map, or is it?
I thought
No,
were-
you are exactly where you are on the
Wow.
map. Yeah, you moved up
Okay.
to there.
How far can I go?
You got this. Get him.
Oh, let's go.
Get him. Get him.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
Feline agility.
Yes. Okay. This time it's Brightwing who experiences the dark blur. And Brightwing, you had gotten well ahead of these two, so you're not sure what's quite happening. But out of nowhere, a dark blur goes zooming past you.
This cat
Used
only
to-
has
it's
two
it's like
speeds.
Elfie when he like
Fast.
tears around the room at night.
Oh yeah, this cat only has 2 speeds. Fast and woo! What was that?
Yep. And I'm assuming you're making an attack.
I am indeed going to do so.
Go for it.
With
Okay.
advantage,
Is he
Is
prone?
it?
right?
Yeah.
He's prone, yeah.
Oh
Yes, he is
my
prone.
God.
Yes, you have
Alright.
advantage.
Oh, fucking garbage. Awesome.
They have crap AC.
Their AC
God,
sucks.
I hope so, because it was a 12.
A 12 does not hit, so their AC is
I'm
not
gonna
that
action surge to try him again.
crap. Do it! Advantage again.
Ah.
Hit it!
No, Jess, come on.
Oh!
No, it's advantage. Come on.
And my turn.
What?
With
That
advantage?
bad?
They were both 5s.
Oh my goodness.
No,
I don't want
Jess.
Well,
to talk about it.
the good news about that is it doesn't get to make a saving throw from taking damage because it didn't take damage. So it's still
It's
there,
true. It's still
thrown
true.
on the ground. All right, and it is
Silver linings.
the troll's turn. So, first thing, Yasnip, you notice bits. Well, actually, no, you don't. Oh, yes, you do, because you can see through the darkness. The dagger wound, you see bits of slime kind of roll down across the wound, and it slightly closes up a little bit around the dagger. So that is
Megan
a
knows
thing
things
that
that Megan
happens.
doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And then it is. What is it gonna do? It's very confused.
I don't have any of those.
I'm going to.
Eowyn has some of those.
I have some of what?
I will message her.
Okay. You see, Yasnip, this creature, look down at this dagger protruding through it, or down in that direction, and actually seems to be somewhat blind. Feel for it, grasp it, pull it out. I'm gonna say, give it another D4 of damage.
3.
Okay. And throw it to the side.
Fucker.
It did seem to put it together that the dagger arrived and brought the darkness, and the dagger in darkness goes flying off to the side, and then it glares at you and charges you. 5, 10, 15. And I'm going to call that one of its claw attacks, so it is going to make a bite and a claw attack at you. For the bite, 18 to hit.
Yep.
That is going to be 7 damage, piercing damage. And for the claw, 26 to hit.
Mhm.
For that's a lot. 14 slashing damage.
Okay.
That was real good rolls. And it is nasty. This thing is just rank. The smell of it is horrible. The look of it is horrible. It is a monstrous, disgusting thing. And it is right up in your face. The other guy gets to do diddly on his turn, but makes a saving throw at the end of it. It's wisdom?
Yeah.
16?
Oh, fuck.
Natural 18 minus 2. Oh, this is a good start for my rolls for
It's
once.
still prone,
Okay.
it's still prone.
It is still prone, but you finally hear it, and the laughter turns into a growl. But that's their turns. Brightwing, you were up. Aegwin, you were on deck.
Okay. I want to run around to here, if I can get there. 30 feet.
Well, let's see how close you can get. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Do you want to run like through the shallows? 30.
Yeah.
You can get to about there.
Am I with 120 feet with the one Yasna just fighting?
You are, yes. You're only 55 feet from him.
Okay. I will guiding bolt it at
Ooh.
2nd level.
Ooh. Okay. Roll to hit.
Dirty 20.
That will hit. Roll your damage and describe what Yasnip sees on this hideous creature in front of him.
5d6.
Oh, mama.
I have one made of Play-Doh. Like, that's what I'm doing over here. But I'll just roll these. Oh, bad. 2 6s and a 3. And a 4 and a 5. So
Oh, my
12,
goodness.
16, 19, 24.
Oh! That's
And
a lot of damage.
And so Yaznip, what you see probably going right over your head, I would say she spins her staff around and then pulls it inward, and then like with the little where the crook is, with the feathers, they all kind of like dialed in to all the feathers are dangling, and you just see it kind of like swirly energy more going, and then like seems like a golden feather shoots out from the little staff hold right over your head and into the guy.
Okay, and it kind of explodes in a sparkle of golden light, which now covers this creature. Okay, anything else you want to do on your turn?
Yes. I will, as my bonus action, I'll shift as well.
Okay. Brightwing's feathers sprout out. Aegwin, it is your turn.
Okay.
Which one did you hit, Brightwing?
I hit the
far
one that
one next to
Yasmin's
Yas.
Okay.
facing.
Thank you.
Am I still in visual range here?
Yes, you can see it.
Great.
It is prone. I'm not sure what you're
yeah.
planning on doing, but
Well, so I'm going to hold up my blade and send a little bit of divine energy out. And this slightly transparent wave of magic just kind of shoots off the blade as I speak out into the world. Stay down. As I cast command.
All
To
damn
force-
commands.
To force him to try and stay prone for the round.
Got it. What is the save?
That'll be a DC 14 wisdom save.
That is an 11.
So he's
This guy's not doing shit!
Nope.
Okay.
And for my no, that'll be it.
Okay. Wow, this guy's life is real sucky. Faye, you were up. Yaznip, you were on deck.
So the one that's in front of Yaznip is also
Glittering.
glittering.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Well-
have anything with an attack roll. I will let someone else have that. Sorry, range. Oh. I will. Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't like the sound of that.
It's covered in glitter, but it's biodegradable glitter.
Thank God for that. We got to keep the swamp safe.
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
gonna
we're already
start
fighting
making my way over towards the cage,
Okay.
and I don't have a good thing for this spell yet. But again, it's worked a couple of times so far. What's another try? You are too big. I don't like it. And I will cast Reduce on the one that Brightwing just hit.
Son of a dick! Alright, well, we know how this goes for me, but let's try. What's the save?
It's gonna be a charisma
Yay.
save.
Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Nope, that's a natural 10 for an 8.
Mhm.
Always I am small! Okay. All of a sudden, this
Alright.
hulking figure in front of you, Yaznip, shrinks down to pretty much your same height. A very strange looking reality. Oh boy, he has a minus D4 to attacks and strength checks, right? Something like that.
This is-
Disadvantage
this
on
is-
strength
And then minus 1d4 to damage.
to damage. Okay, got it.
But does
Yep.
it smell any less now?
It does not. The smell is concentrated further.
That is the worst.
And then with my bonus action, I'll look at Yaznip and I'll just say, if reckless shenanigans got us into this mess, then why can't they get us back out? And I'll give him inspiration.
Hell yes. All right, Yasnip. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
By the way, I failed the one for darkness.
Oh, from the damage. Okay, so the dagger is not being identified by a little pile of darkness.
Con
Could be
saves
anywhere
15.
now. 15 saves. You feel the bile rise in your throat at just the horrific stench and presence of this creature right in front of you. Cough, literally, choke it down, and are okay. You can take your turn.
Yeah, about this.
Eclipse, you're on deck.
I'm gonna use my action to disengage.
Okay. Where are you going?
Am I gonna do that?
I don't know. You tell me.
No.
Okay, no, I'm gonna hit it.
Okay.
Really bad idea. With advantage.
Is that it's not advantage, right?
It is an advantage on the first attack, yes.
It's a terrible idea. 18.
18 hits.
Uh, 12 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to drink a potion.
Okay. So you roll. All right.
Standards all rolled out, but you know.
And you're staying there.
Well, it depends on what I roll.
Okay.
So that's 8 that I heal.
Okay. Puppy. A similar body shape to the creature in the cage, TBH.
Yeah. No.
Long dog?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
I'm going to shift up towards
It's a
the fire, but I'm gonna stay there and just say they're healing, and they hurt a lot.
Okay. Eclipse, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna stay where I am. As the adrenaline tries to get out of my body from running over here, and I'm gonna try to focus a hit on this guy.
Okay, you still have advantage.
on.
He's still prone.
You've got this.
Oh, I believe
Plus
in
one,
you.
and it was shit. There's another.
Was it a natural one?
No.
Oh.
One
But
dice,
they're
she meant.
Well, okay. Okay, that one's a lot better.
If you guys actually
That's
get
a-
that one, shut him out.
That's a 22.
That will hit. Roll
Okay.
damage.
It's because I was reading Kith and Kin today. 7 plus 4, 11?
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Get this back because I didn't move. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's what I do.
Okay. All right. Well, F me 2 times. This guy looks, the guy next to Eclipse looks past her legs at Aedwin and just furrows his brow, looking like he wants to stand up and cannot. That is his turn. Good gracious, this dude is sucking. And the other one, however, is going to swing away at Yasnip. Twice with its claws. First attack that's very nice. That's a 25 to hit. Minus a d4 on its damage. It's a 3 piercing damage. Man, that sucks for him. Second, oh no, sorry. That was that was the bite. So that was his bite. Then the first claw. 18 to hit.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
That hits, but does he have a minus d4 on his attack rolls or no?
No,
Is
it's
it
to
just
damage, correct? Faye?
Just wanted to verify that.
Yes,
Yeah, that
it's
hits.
Okay.
strength checks and saving throws, and then a minor disadvantage strength check saving. Yeah, it's not like it's not like Bane.
That was a really good hit. That's 14 slashing damage. And third attack, second claw is a natural 3. That will miss. Okay, he is ferociously attacking Yasnip. No seeming care for the wounds he's taken. Oh, speaking of which, some of the wounds he did take, you see, close up slightly. Oops, that is a whole extra significant figure. That's not what I meant to do at all. Okay, that is its turn. Brightwing, you are up. Age when you're on deck.
Okay, this is all water, right? That part I'm in front of is water?
There is kind of marsh. It's probably, you figure, a foot to 2 or 3 feet deep. It's hard to tell exactly. It's very murky.
Okay. I'll just go to the little peninsula, so I have an angle on both the fights.
Okay, so like right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that little one,
Yes.
I guess I'll keep messing with it. I'll Wild's Bolt that one.
Okay. Well, what's the range on Wild's Bolt?
120.
Yeah, you're well within range. Fire away.
Okay. This.
Let's see if you can
That's
manage to
hot.
heal another creature with a Wild's Bolt.
Oh god, not
You're
again.
gonna remind me. 18 to hit.
That hits. Roll your damage, and you get to... How does it work? You choose one of the two
I choose
D8s.
one of the 2 d8s.
Okay.
And I rolled a 3 and a 6.
Okay. Plus a d6 of damage.
Plus a d6, which is a 6. So
Okay.
it will be
15 damage, and you choose between the 3 and the 6.
So either fire or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or acid. Or poison. Is that poison or acid?
Is what poison or acid?
In the what number 6 is. It doesn't have the numbers, at least in the one that I'm looking at. It just has a little tag. And one is a skull and crossbones, and then one's a skull and crossbones. And
6 is poison.
6 is poison. Okay.
Acid is 1.
I think fire would be good against these guys.
Okay.
So it will be 15 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And for this one, I will say how it looks. Because it takes the nature around it. I would say some of the fire from the campfire rushes towards Brightwing and just becomes more of an inferno in her hand as she blasts it out.
Okay. And the fires rage across this thing and almost seem to react and bubble with this slime that's on its body. It looks to very much not enjoy that. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Age, when you're up.
Yeah.
Faye, you're on deck. Excuse me.
Hit it with fire.
Okay.
Flanking?
There it is.
Yes, and he's on the
He's
ground
prone, but still,
yes,
you know.
you have
It's-
flanking,
it's
so you
the
have advantage
principle.
as well.
Gonna do what I should have done. Well, I mean, I couldn't have done this last turn, but still. I will use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark him.
Okay.
And I'm going to stab his stupid face.
Yes, stab away with advantage.
That is correct. Bad. That's a 12 now.
A 12 will not hit. I feels like advantage is making it worse for you guys. I don't know why.
Well, so I mean, the thing is, right? Like I don't roll above a 10.
This is
so
also fair.
You
Yes,
gotta
very true.
Like you gotta factor that in. You know?
Okay, that's your attack.
That's my whole life.
And your turn.
Yeah,
okay.
that's it.
All right. Faye, you're up. Yasmith, you're on deck.
Oh no.
What is hold on, I'm in the wrong. This one is doing what?
He's prone.
But did the command wear off?
It's gonna...
It's sure fucking.
All you know is he's been on the ground for a long time after being shouted at by Aedwin and your laughter spell.
This one is still attacking Yaz though.
Yes, ferociously. And is also kind of like there are flames licking its body.
Okay. I will like pull out the lute and very dramatically like start tapping on it like
Okay.
yeah. And I'll just say, we will drop you.
Yes.
And I will cast command on both of them at second
Oh
level.
my gosh! Damn it all!
Is it a charisma save? Please say it's a charisma save.
It's wisdom.
Okay.
It is wisdom. Okay.
It's the same save.
It's the same save, yeah.
If this guy gets commanded again, I swear.
Please.
All right, we're gonna start with Yasnip's guy.
Come on.
7 for Yasnip's guy. That is a fail.
1 down, 1 to go.
And
I'll miss my attack for this to
Aedwin's-
work, please.
that is a 13.
Fail.
Oh,
Oh
my god,
my
you're a fucking god.
Gosh!
Oh, yeah!
Son of a dick! These trolls are. Ah! Okay. All right. Cool story. Excellent. Wonderful.
The guy on the left has just been on the ground laughing for 30 seconds. And the guy on the right has been just punched in the face.
Yep.
Over and over.
I will not. I'm gonna like use my movement to like get over here in front of the cage and just kind of use that as a little bit of cover. But I'm just gonna yell like, "Yaz, how you doing? How do you look? Bad?"
You can tell I look like fucking shit.
Can I, since that thing drops on his turn, right?
On the creature's turn.
On the creature's turn, it drops.
Yes.
Could I actually have come around like this way and like dove at Yasnip and pushed him out of the way so that he could get away? But like my goal is to get Yaz out of the immediate way without him incurring an attack of opportunity, because it would be involuntary movement. And I would absorb, if there was an attack of opportunity, I would take that.
I am going to say that to fully move him like that, it would take your action, which you don't have.
Okay. Well, then I'll just get up behind him, and I'll have my hand on his shoulder ready to pull him back if he needs it, or just to provide support.
Okay. Eclipse, it is your turn. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yasnip?
Oh,
Yeah.
did I skip you?
Yes.
Yes, I did skip you. Yasnip, it is your turn. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I was like,
Do you still have your inspiration?
You're on
I
deck.
do still have my inspiration,
Eclipse.
but a 15 passed last time. This was a 17.
Okay.
Okay, yes. 17 is fine. Oh, yes. In fact, yes, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take your turn.
With Faye right there, I'm just gonna like kind of commit a little bit harder and take 2 strikes against him.
Okay, go for it.
First one is a 26.
Yes, that will hit.
Second one is that is not a d20.
You have your blade out, I assume.
Yeah, I have my blade out. The second one is a 15.
That is its armor class.
So the first one will be 13 points of damage.
Wow. Okay.
The second will be 4 points of damage.
Okay. This thing's looking pretty messed up.
I'm just gonna like plant a foot and just hold this the blade in front of me. Just kind of hang out.
All right.
That'll be my
Okay.
turn.
Eclipse, you're up. I need you to make a Constitution
There it
saving
is.
throw.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I don't like that. Oh, no. Jess, no.
Jess!
No.
Burn your
I
dice!
said,
Yeah.
and I will say it again.
Uh-huh.
I will fail to make that fucking thing
You
work.
put that energy out into the universe, my dude.
Look, it worked. But that's a 13 con save.
A 13 fails. You.
I willingly
the
throw up on this thing.
Yes. The stench of this thing fills not just your nostrils, but your mouth, your ears. It is
I
horrific.
aim
You feel it.
directly onto this piece of shit.
He's equally
As hard as
disgusted by her
possible.
attack rolls.
Yes.
On this and it
Edwin.
sounds disgusting.
It's like
Yep.
like a
It's a
cat.
cat hairball. And it is horrendous.
No, I'm gonna have to put a stop to that. No, sir.
Edwin, you would see this thing covered in the vomit of Eclipse, except that it pretty much just looks like what this creature is constantly covered in.
Yeah.
So it kind of just blends in. But Eclipse, you are poisoned, so you have disadvantage on attacks and ability checks. However, you have advantage from him being prone, so you currently have a straight roll on an attack if you want
Maybe
to
now
make it.
you'll hit.
Alright, let me add the poison. There we go.
It's fine.
And here we go. And it's garbage.
Buddy.
What's an 8 plus 6 of 14?
14.
14 misses.
There it is.
Just barely.
And we move on.
Okay, just the utter
But the
horrific
command works,
sickness.
so I accept
Yes,
my
that's
shit.
true. Okay, it is their turn. The one beneath you, Aedwin and Eclipse, you see some of the stabs that it had taken close up as this sort of just horrific mucus, and some of the vomit with it melds into them.
Hate that a lot.
The other one, Yasnip, you have seen this guy multiple times, its wounds close. This time you do not see that, as the bubbling effect of the fire on its mucusy whatever seems to keep it from healing. Then they both drop to the ground. Oh, because suck me. And that is their turn.
That's not something to save from, right? That just lasts for a round?
It's
They
fine.
last for a round. Yep. So their next turn they'll have it back. But for that's the end of their turns. Brightwing is up. Aedwin, you're on deck.
Okay.
Do that one more time.
I don't have any. Well, I could do it, but I'm not guaranteed to get fire damage. Because I could cast it at second level. Because I only get one use, but I could cast it at second level.
Blurry Elfie scratching himself.
I know,
It's
isn't it
amazing.
great? It's so wonderful.
Keeps back there having a grand old time too. You can see him. Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Quit licking the
I'll guiding bolt it.
Okay.
At-
Sticking to what works.
First level.
All
The
right.
one that I've already been messing with.
This will be at disadvantage because he's
Oh,
prone.
because it's prone.
Yep.
Oh, that's
You have
right.
inspiration?
Okay.
Well, I
do have
know.
inspiration.
Yeah,
no,
you
I
can
haven't
add
used
that.
it yet.
You can
It's
also
an attack. It's a spell attack hit, so I could add it.
Yeah, you can add it to that.
also, Leah and everyone else that has casting, the inspiration can also be added to damage or healing for spells. So if you hit and you wanted to
What?
add it to damage, you can do that.
Yes, Tasha's rules.
Yeah.
I did not notice that at all.
Yeah, Tasha's is crazy.
Indeed.
Clutch.
That's freaking sick. Okay.
Kinda sick.
Okay. I can decide when I want to add it, right?
You can decide once you have
Yes.
seen the roll, but not once you know the outcome.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. But it's at disadvantage.
Yes, it is a disadvantage.
What does DM inspiration do?
Gives you advantage, so we'll cancel it out if you declare that you want to use it.
I just rolled a 16 plus 7. So
I will say that if you want to use it, expend it to cancel out the disadvantage of the prone. You could do that now.
I'll do that now.
Okay.
So I'll just use it because I haven't used it.
Then you use your 16, and you
Okay.
mark off that inspiration.
Okay. So that will be hit because it's 16 plus 7, right?
Yes, that hits.
Okay. Okay. So that's 4d6, and I'll add that inspiration. So it'll be 5d6.
Yeah,
Basically just upcasted a guiding bolt. Yeah.
just like the first one.
10. And not that great. 2 and 1. So 10. 13 radiant damage.
13
another-
radiant.
Another golden feather hits the swan, and biodegradable glitter comes out of it and covers.
Of course, naturally.
Yeah.
Okay, it is bolted. Adrian, you're up.
I assume I'm not holding my breath that well.
No, you need to make a Constitution saving throw. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You
here for.
didn't have to say that.
Yeah, I'm just keeping the game honest. Dirty
I would
20
have
though,
figured that
so I think I'm
eventually.
all
That
set.
succeeds. Yes, you are good.
I
Take
have
your
to
turn,
fail
sir.
so he can do well.
This guy's prone.
Fail.
Maybe this time I'll roll above
Wait.
fucking 10.
We have
Who knows?
advantage,
You know,
so
double
yeah,
digits. Here we
that's
go. It's on the way. Here it comes.
Here we go. Roll him separately.
So Matt.
So
Yes, you have
realistically,
advantage.
we
So
are
Matt-
the distraction, so we're doing really well.
I have a really
We have
important
not touched the
question to
cage
ask
yet,
you.
by the way.
Yes. What is your question?
Are you using the different advantage rules that you came up with?
Sometimes
Flanking.
potentially,
Okay.
but
would
you-
it happen to apply because of the fact that he is also knocked prone and guiding bolted?
this one's
He's
not
not
guiding
guiding
bolted.
bolted,
It's
the
the other
other
one that's
one
guiding
is.
bolted.
Oh, well.
At least that was
whole
my
life.
understanding.
Yep.
I mean,
Is
he's
this-
prone
Right,
and
that's
flanking.
right,
Does he
right.
have
What?
reduced AC
She
for
said
flanking?
she's-
She
No,
has a
that's-
better crit
that's
chance
a
from
chance.
flanking.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
All right. Well, I miss because I rolled a
can't
1
roll
and a
that
3.
high anyway.
So
Wow, what is going on with you again? You guys have had advantage over here this whole time, and I keep missing. This is incredible. Okay.
Well,
Is
now
there
what
anything
it is
else you'd
on.
like to do with your turn, sir?
Is there anything? I don't know. Is there anything else I want to do with my turn? I don't think there is any.
I'm
mean-
really not sure.
You know what? It's the only.
Oh wait, did you
thing
vow of
guaran-
enmity anything?
No, I have
Yeah,
not.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
The only thing there are 3 things that are sure in life: death, taxes, and harnessing divine power. So I'll get a spell slot back.
Yes, this is very true. Okay,
You
get a spell slot back.
You get something.
Faye,
I
you're
mean, my
up.
spell
Yasnip,
slots
you were on
don't
deck.
matter. So I mean.
All right.
Oh!
Like the points don't
Um,
matter.
I
Whose god
still
is it
have-
anyway?
Would
I
feel better?
I still have my hand on Yasnip's shoulder. So I'm going to like tap him on the shoulder and just say like, I'll take a 10 in the punching bag for a minute, and I will healing hands him
Okay. For how much?
2d4.
What is going on with the sword and borders over here? I am really confused.
Listen. Jess just said the greatest thing she's ever said in her entire fucking life.
What did you
okay?
say?
It just makes me so happy. It's late. It's like
Repeat.
12 a.m.
It is
fine.
very late. Yes.
Repeat!
Oh, he was saying my spell slots don't matter, and I was like, the points don't matter. Whose god is it anyway?
Oh my gosh. True?
My god is Drew Carey.
Oh no.
I know,
No,
right?
please,
it's a
no.
tragedy.
Was the price right? Who knows? Let's move on.
But also, I'm making notes.
Fuck off.
Wayne Brady, though.
Facts. How much healing? Faye?
6 points.
6 points of healing for you, Yasnif. Is there anything else you're doing with your turn?
Is there I'm right next to the fire.
You are. Oh,
There's-
and I forgot to mention that when you came over here, close to this creature, amidst all this kerfuffle, it is backed into the corner furthest from you, trembling and whining. Very scared.
Mm. Is there a stick in the fire that is accessible for me to grab?
Possibly? Like, to wield?
Yeah.
I will say roll a investigation check.
Yeah. I was paying attention. I'm not bad at those. Hold on.
We don't say these words before we roll, Megan. We know this. We
It's
know
25.
better.
I just
Oh,
feel like
25!
I'm rolling incredibly well.
Faye has all the rolling.
fast.
All the rolling is Faye's. Everyone else can just screw themselves.
Somehow
I'm
this
rolling
feels
very
right.
well, and I feel like I have stolen all of the juju because
Yes,
I am
you
not the
have.
one that should be rolling
You
well.
have stolen it all, including from my trolls. Okay, yes, you find a well-shaped and sized stick that is basically burning coal on one end for whatever you intend to do with it.
I just want
I can use a free action to pick it up. if you
Yeah,
want.
I'm gonna pick that up, and I'm gonna like boop around. Could I actually hang on there? I know I can't hold movement, but I would really like to change places with Yasnip. Could I, with my movement and bonus action, could I sacrifice both of those to trade places with him? I know that's like a bait and switch thing for fighters, but I really just want to trade spaces with him.
I will say, I will give you a roll for it. I will say roll an athletics
I'll give
check.
up my attack if she can do it.
It wouldn't make much of a difference based on how things are going over there.
It's not worth it.
It's a pretty low DC, but
Athletics.
yes.
That troll has not been hit once!
No, it has not.
Trust me!
What are you fucking saying?
Maybe
No!
once, I think once.
Excuse you. He's doing 11 damage.
Dude, you are
I haven't been hit at all! I've been doing it all by myself!
What did you roll, Faye?
Dirty 20.
Oh,
I'm spinning a
my
superiority
Lanta. Yes, yes. You managed to pull. I am going to say, as part of this, you pull him quick enough and step into place that you are going to take an attack in place of the opportunity attack that would have hit Yasmin.
Okay.
So
Oh, it's all down
Right.
from here.
that's going to be a 15 to hit.
It just hits.
Okay. For 10 claw piercing slashing. Sorry, 10 slashing damage.
Okay.
You feel the first brunt of one of these things, and it's not nice.
Yeah, but my friend's alive, so it's okay.
Yes, you switch places. That is your turn. Wait, no, you still have your action.
My action was the healing hands.
Oh, yes. Okay, your turn is done. Yasnip, you are now up. You do not need to make a roll for the stench. It is your turn.
What do I do when I'm not next to him, though?
But you're not dead either.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna throw a dagger at it.
Okay.
For sake
Right
of,
over Faye's shoulder.
For sake of identifying these, because they matter. Daggers matter. This is the goblin dagger.
Okay.
Is that disadvantage? Because he's prone, right?
It is. Yes, he's prone.
19.
That hits.
No, it would be a straight
Wow.
roll, because I hit that one with a guiding bolt.
That is also screwed. You happen to roll a natural 20?
No, the first one was a...
Okay. Then it still hits. Got the guiding bolt's technically consumed though.
Damn, where's my... There it is. 10 points.
10 points. Okay.
And how's he looking?
This dagger, with the way he is lying on the ground, unmoving at the moment, per the spell, it catches him right in like the pocket under the eye, into the back of the skull, and you see him. He wasn't really moving much, but he utterly stops moving, and you hear, "Ugh." Seems to be dead.
Seems to be.
Can I see if there's a thing in the fire? Bonus
Like a
action?
poker?
Like a poker?
Another poker?
Another poker?
Sure, roll an investigation check. These guys are over here searching the fire for sticks. Meanwhile, the sword and borders are swinging at this guy on the ground and missing repeatedly.
What did you call them?
Sword and borders.
Sword and borders?
I thought they shut borders down.
That's an 18.
Sword
Yes.
and Barnes & Noble?
You find a similar stick.
I mean, we are the book
my
people.
god.
Forgive me if you can tell me whether or not this works. Can I go and just drop the lit stick on its body?
Yes, I will say you can do that. Yes.
I'm
Is it a
going
free
And
action
you-
to light a troll on fire? So let
You
him.
grab
you-
one too. You
you
can't
see-
talk. You grab the stick.
My free action was to grab the stick.
The tip of the stick that is burning connects with its messy wounds and sizzles the boiling mucus on its body.
with
Are you done, sir?
with my if I still have a bonus action.
You do.
I'm just gonna like
You're over here now.
Thank you. And I'm gonna brush a little bit of the mud away, but it's not really gonna move off of Faye. And like
The
with
mud
a,
that you slapped me
with
with.
a weak hand, I'm just gonna start to move towards the other creature.
Okay.
The one in the cage? or the other one?
Eclipse.
No, towards
Oh
the
no,
troll.
it's my turn.
You are up.
So
You are
that's it
poisoned.
right there.
Let me see. Please hold.
How many debuffs can I
You,
self-inflict for
you
everyone to
can-
do?
Repeat the saving throw, so make a con save.
Can I
We went from the
hit
most.
up again?
We went from the most like
Fucking
realist. Oh my god. We went from the most realist RP, honest RP, to the stupidest combat ever.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Dude, this is evoking flashbacks of the mushrooms, man.
Yep.
I can't fucking deal. It's too much.
Oh my god.
Yes.
12.
Yes.
I do not succeed.
You do not succeed. All right, you remain poisoned. Another wretch finds its way up your throat. You are poisoned. You can still make your attack if you want. It'll be straight because he's still prone.
You please, God, tell me you hit.
It's a dirty 20.
Thank
Okay,
God,
yes, that
finally.
hits.
First time.
Yes.
Roll damage
I'm crying.
for the love of trolls.
It's a 6
Everywhere.
Total.
6 damage?
6 total.
Is that
Okay.
minimum damage?
That's not
No,
great.
it's almost
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
Oh my
That's your
God.
turn?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay.
Do anything.
Now, this motherfucking troll plants its claws in the ground, stands itself up. Finally.
I'm gonna fucking.
He's gonna freaking kill you all now.
The stab wound from your spear, Eclipse, you watch it fully close,
Of course
and it
does.
looks at you, spreads its arms wide,
Stay mad.
away from you, Agelin,
Yeah.
towards Eclipse. 2 attacks with its claws, 1 attack with a bite. Finally, for the love of all things holy. Bite is a 15 to hit. I don't think that hits
I
you.
miss.
Claw number
Miss all
1
of
is a
them, please.
21 to hit.
That hits. It's not like it can poison me any harder.
Oh, terrible. 7 damage. 7 slashing damage. And a 22 to hit on the second
That also
claw.
hits.
That's much better. That is 13 slashing damage.
Oh no.
And that is its turn. And the other one is Mooey. Oh! Nope. You put fire on it.
No.
The other one
No.
burns slowly from the poker in it. Dead. Right wing, you are up. Age one is on deck. My cheeks hurt.
Which ones?
God, I can't wait to throw up on it again.
And this other troll's
You
cheeks
can't,
hurt from getting
because it's not
clapped.
on the ground anymore. Okay. Okay. So, from what I understand, Brightwing for the last like half a minute has watched one group of people just like poke a thing with
Yep, this thing is like rolling, and somehow his hits are not piercing.
just going on, and the other group. Oh my god. Okay, so I will. You know what? Freaking screw it. I will wild bolt it again, but I will use a second level spot to do it, so I can cast it.
Okay. Second level Wild's Bolt. It is not at disadvantage because it has stood up, so straight roll.
We invested 3 spell slots into him and we did 0 damage.
it's
Hey,
been tough.
oh.
I put 2,
I
you
did
put
only-
1.
I did 11 damage, and it healed a little bit, and then it
Yes,
was 6,
yes.
and then it
It
healed
healed
all the
all of
way. No, it didn't. Not the first one.
Have we not done any damage to this thing? Has it healed all of it?
It looks so hardy. Frustrated as hell, but hardy. I can't
Oh
breathe.
my god. Okay.
I'm
It's
hot.
got a chinchilla in his nose and it's mad.
It is. Yep, it's bad.
I said it's mad.
Natural 20, Matt!
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Because I can't crit anymore!
No, it does not crit,
Oh
but you still roll
my
your normal
God.
damage.
I feel like I should get something, Matthew.
Nope. You get nothing.
We gotta
No
talk
super
about
you.
that. We'll talk about that after the game. It's
I
fine.
feel like I should get something.
I'll tell you why. Because spellcasters are so OP that my troll has done nothing despite not being hurt at all. That's why.
fair. Yeah.
But this not a
Meanwhile, the
spell.
sword and borders have also done nothing, which is
I
another
feel
point.
really insulted.
I
I
swear
hit
to
it twice.
Well,
This is not doing well for my sickness.
you guys are freaking lucky because one of them was a freaking 6 and the other one was a freaking 8. So I'm gonna take the fire damage.
Okay.
Hey.
And then it's 2d6, right? Because it's upcast.
Is that how it works? It's
I think
2d8 base
so.
and then a d6 if it's a higher level.
Well, it's a d. You already have added a d6. I think it adds
You're the
another
one with the
d6.
spell on your sheet, girl.
That's what I just said it. I'm just confirming.
Yes, and 1d6 extra damage. Yep.
Okay.
So 2d6.
A 6 and a 1.
You said
So-
8 and 6 were your d8s?
8 and 6. So 6, 6.
So that's
18.
6 is poison,
Well-
8 is thunder.
Yeah. I'm not doing.
What's happening?
She's counting damage and then telling me the type.
6, 6, 12 plus 8, 20, 21.
20. Wow.
21. Fire damage.
No.
No.
What was
It's either as
Poison or thunder. You roll a
Poison.
6 and an 8, right?
a 6 and an 8.
Yeah, that's poison and thunder.
Oh, it's either poison or thunder. Oh, that's right. Spray the round. Okay, let's go. I don't think
These
poison will
decisions
do
are the
anything.
hardest decisions of the whole combat for Brightwing.
Oh my god. Okay, let's go thunder.
Okay.
Because I don't
Sure.
think poison will do anything. against
21
thunder.
damage, right?
21 damage.
Okay.
And I will say, it's not a lightning bolt, it's not lightning damage, but like, I would say she just kind of grabs the thing and throws it, and it's just kind of one of those like, it goes into but disappears, and all of a sudden, when it hits the troll, it just, big roar of thunder hits it.
Hell yeah. All right, this explodes between the two of you, our shield-bearing incompetence.
Yep.
Anduin, it is your turn. Faye, you are on deck.
Okay.
This guy looks like he finally took a hit, by the way.
Wow.
A decent one.
Yeah, as if did that. It's been
Okay, well, I'm gonna fucking bonus action Valve Enmity.
Okay.
I'm gonna get advantage again.
The enmity is strong at this point, given what everything has been
Boy, howdy is it.
I'll throw up again for him to hit.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to roll a charisma
no.
saving. Nope.
You do not need to roll one.
Oh, I don't?
You've
Oh,
succeeded.
rad.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh.
Please tell me it worked.
How long has this combat going on?
I don't know, but this attack is with advantage.
Please
We got
tell
a
me-
19.
Hey! You hit!
I'm divine smiting this bitch so fast.
Hell yes.
Oh my god, if I could upcast as well, I would. Fuck me. Okay. So that's 3d8 plus 1d6 plus 5. Please just roll high on damage. Please.
Miss
You know what?
Matt's
I'm not
acting
using
here.
these. No, I am gonna use this too. That's cocked. Oh, fuck me. Okay. So that's...
I will debuff myself. I don't need help.
Eclipse is sitting here just humming, if I
6.
stand here, if I just stand here, will you all
Inspiring
hate
my
it,
act.
and I'll just vomit again.
So that's 11 points of slashing damage and 9
Okay.
points of radiant damage.
Okay.
That's a total of 20 points
Nice.
of damage. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Big hit.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Is that your turn?
That's everything.
Faye, you are up. Yasnip, you are on deck.
I'm gonna like scoot forward a little bit, like to here-ish,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll look at the creature and I'll look at the fuckery that is happening over there,
Yep.
and I'll just like I'll see Yasnip on his way with the. Do you have more fire?
No.
I will. I will hold out my. Maybe I'll step like another up next to you, and I'll hold my fire out to you.
Baton,
Yeah.
you're going.
I will hold it out with the anticipation of him taking it, and meanwhile I'll say like, "Did you hear about the storm what was it? What does the storm giant wear under his robes? Thunderwear."
Oh no.
Hideous laughter.
The pain. I got the head. No. What's the save?
Wisdom.
I'll miss my next 2 attacks for her to win.
13.
Yes!
Oh my gosh.
It doesn't freaking matter because you guys are gonna freaking hit it even without advantage.
Down he goes.
It's
Back
not...
to his favorite terrain of being on the ground.
Leah, you have to understand it's not about hitting it anymore. It's about sending a message.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That is your turn, yes?
Well, hold on.
I won't hit for
How
the
many
next
spell slots
3.
do you have left?
I just won't
I
hit
have.
forever.
I've used 4 spells, so I have 3 left.
Wow.
I have only cast command and
Yes. Yes.
and hideous laughter. That is it, because I've done 2 hideous laughters, 1 second level
Please,
command, and
God,
then reduce.
for everyone's sake, inspire Eclipse.
No,
She
don't.
has to hit.
It's a waste.
Yeah.
Don't do it. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'll look at Eclipse and very seriously because I don't know fully the shenanigans that have happened over here. I just know
True.
that I brought Yasnip back from the brink, and we're
Yep.
trying to save this little otter dog, and that one's dying with fire. So as I hand off the fire, I'll look up at Eclipse and I'll say, "There is no sweeter music than the screams of our enemies. Now go compose." And I'll give you inspiration.
Oh.
Damn.
With my disadvantage and my throwing up everywhere. Sure, this
No,
is a
it's
great
a flat
idea.
roll. It's a flat roll plus inspiration.
I mean, that's fair.
Hey,
It is currently because it's on the ground. So, but before that happens, Yasnip, you are up. Eclipse, you are on deck.
I'm great.
I will grab the
Just
Torch?
the chinchilla.
baton.
Yep. Free
Um,
action, grab the baton.
For the meme, can I have 2 free actions?
Maybe. What's the other thing?
Cammy, I
You're fine.
apologize for everything that you have to do the subtitling for.
Back!
Everything. You are the unsung hero.
She's gonna get to
You're
this episode and
amazing.
it's just gonna be like she's gonna look at him yelling.
I hope
Yep.
you're still doing it at this point. Grab the baton and start running towards it. I'm going to attack
Okay.
it.
All right.
Now,
I will say this is an improvised weapon.
okay. Does it count as light by chance?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to dismiss the the veil blade, and I'm
Okay.
going to run, pulling out the dagger that Eclipse gave me, and
Okay.
stab this thing.
Wait, you're bringing fire close to it?
Yes.
Okay.
5, 10,
Okay.
15, 20,
That
25,
does
30.
stuff.
Yep, you can get up to it.
That does
Um,
stuff. That's awesome.
Do I get flanking or no? Probably not.
Yeah, you would have flanking with Eclipse. It's also prone, so
So with advantage, with the dagger.
you also could have moved to here, in fairness.
That's a natural 19.
That crits.
That'll be a 26.
Hey!
Oh.
Is this with the fire stick?
No, this is with
Oh.
This
the
is
dagger.
with the daggers.
15 points of damage,
Ooh. Okay.
and then with the stick, this would be disadvantage because it's an improvised weapon, or how does that work?
No.
It's a
It's
flat roll
just
without a
you don't have your
modifier, right?
proficiency bonus.
No proficiency bonus. Okay.
Yes.
But you would
So-
have
But
advantage
it's
because
prone,
it's
so you
prone.
have advantage.
Okay. With advantage. I don't think it's gonna hit. Strength or dexterity?
Dexterity. It's a light stick.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
D6.
Yeah.
Miss.
I'll throw up
please.
again.
Don't.
6. No, I think it's 12.
12 misses.
Okay.
It
my
being
God,
on the
it hasn't
ground
worked.
somehow makes it harder to hit this thing. Maybe it
See?
kind of blends in with the swamp.
It's
a 2
not
and a
that
6.
fucking
It's the puke.
easy.
Apparently.
No, no,
Just
it
not-
hit the third pile of puke and just went.
Yep. Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Do I have
Eclipse.
to?
Yes. I mean, no. You can do whatever you please. You do have
That's
advantage.
what?
Oh,
That's
roll a
what?
Constitution save. Roll a Constitution
That-
save
Oh
first.
my god.
What?
Okay.
Come on.
So
Because
the
you
good
still have
news
not
is
saved.
Yeah?
It's a 19 con save.
Okay.
So we're
Yes,
just
you
throwing it.
save. You are no longer poisoned, which means you have advantage.
Advantage. You have inspiration. You
You
have
do.
your friends.
You
What
have
could
flanking.
possibly
Like-
go wrong?
Flanking. Come on.
That's
Let's go.
Don't you dare, Sean! Knock on whatever you're superstitious about.
Oh, well, that dropped. Hang on.
Lord blessings. Wild blessings.
I don't know what to think of
Jesus.
any
There's
reaction
no
anymore.
fucking
With
way.
inspiration?
No.
Wait.
There's inspiration.
There's no way.
D6?
Oh my God.
D6?
Get the inspiration, please.
Please.
What is the dice for inspiration?
These are-
D6.
The D6.
Please, Jess.
Oh, 19?
Yes, a 19 hits. Roll
And it's a
damage.
crit because it's a.
No,
19.
No, it's
Not
not
a
a natural
natural
19. It's a total
Oh, that's
19.
19. Okay. Oh boy.
Guys, it's
7.
happening.
7
You
damage.
did it!
How? How is this a thing right now?
How do you want to do this?
No, there's no
Oh.
way.
Okay.
I'm being hopeful.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Yasnib, you hit it with a dagger, not with a fire stick, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, on its turn, that wound that you just created, Eclipse,
Three gents.
heals.
Yeah.
The creature does not get a turn. Attempts to save against Tasha's.
Fail.
Natural 3! Nothing happens! I hate my life! Brightwing, you are up, Angelin is on deck!
I will say, in
Was
consciousness
it
of
natural
keeping the
3
game
for it?
fair, it took damage. Doesn't that also trigger a save?
Yes, from both of you, right?
Yes.
You hit it with a dagger. Thank
I
you.
will say this in fairness.
Yep. Let me do. That is a 13. Nope, that still fails.
Okay, so
You have to roll pretty
this
high
one
to
would actually
succeed.
be the end
I'll
of
miss
its
the
turn
next
then.
one.
This one is the 15.
That meets it.
Okay.
Okay, so end of its turn it succeeds, but it is still prone. It cannot get up. Brightwing, you were up. Age when you were on deck. It looks
No,
pretty
no.
rough.
This was command. This was a 1 round anyway. It didn't get a save at
No,
all.
No,
you
this
used
was Tasha's.
You used Tasha's.
Yeah, this
on
one was Tasha's.
Yeah, you said Tasha.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yep.
I misunderstood.
Brightwing is
Yeah.
up. Aegwin is on deck. It looks pretty rough, even after that last bit of healing.
Okay.
Goodness gracious, you guys.
It's not my fault. I'm magical shit.
There is a torch next to the thing.
It's in my hand.
There is a ember stick in Yasnip's hand.
Could I, with control flames, extend that fire into the space the troll is in?
Interesting. I'm going to have you roll an Arcana check.
She has.
No.
Oh.
It's going to be a Wisdom check. It's going to be your spellcasting ability. So a Wisdom check. There is not straight up flame on, like, it's not a torch per se. So it's going to take a little bit of a burst of magical power. DC's not super high. Roll a Wisdom check.
Oh, great. Plus 5, 13.
12 was the DC.
Oh!
Okay, yes, you
Okay.
can. So what is that for Control Flame?
So I think Brightwing, like, remembers, like, her introspection walk as I came over. And, like, remembers, like, that violence and kind of, like, that unboiled fury that the wilds was trying to showing her. And she just kind of focuses on the ember and then just kind of opens her eyes and then it just goes and then encompasses the troll where the troll 5 feet. So not where the whole thing where the troll's
Okay,
but just one part
section
of it.
of the troll's body, sure.
Yeah.
Does it have a specific damage on the spell? I don't think so,
It doesn't
right?
do any damage because it's control flame, so I guess whatever you would I don't know if
Yeah,
it's damage or not.
I will roll a d6. That is the most ultra cocked. 5. Okay. 5 fire damage. Okay. And that's your turn?
I will also bonus action harness divine power and get a first level spell block.
Okay. Yasnip,
That's
you
good.
watch your stick, your ember stick, flare up and then a gout of flame fly off of it and light onto a part of this creature where it begins to sizzle. Similar effect to what you saw before. Aegwin, you are up. Faye, you're on deck.
I'm going to learn from my mistakes. And
Okay.
circle around this way and just, like, frustratingly stab my sword into the ground and just, like, fucking go in for a big ol' slap as I cast Burning Hands.
Hell yes.
Oh.
Okay. Is that a
Which
save?
is- It's a save! It's not an attack roll!
And
What
he's
kind of save?
incapacitated from Tasha's, is that correct?
He
No, he
is... No,
Oh, he
he
did
saved, but
save.
he's still prone, which I think is still disadvantage on dex saves?
Let me doobly check. I am not sure off the top of my head.
Don't believe it is.
No, it is not.
no,
is
it is
just
not.
Yeah, so it's
Okay,
a DC 14
dex save?
Yep.
Okay. Ah!
You should have stayed over there and hit me with it. That's like the only way we were gonna.
That
win.
is a
Like,
natural 14 plus
told
1.
you.
Wait,
15.
I said wait 6 times.
Yes,
I was
what?
trying to see what the range on my thing is.
What thing?
My thing. Oh, no. Okay. Aedwin is not within 30 feet of me, so that doesn't
There
work.
he is.
I'm 25.
Hey,
Aegwin
he's
is, yeah, he's 25 feet
from
away.
you.
Oh, then it's going to be a charisma saving throw.
Okay, that's -2 for a 12. So, full damage.
God.
Bless! Absolutely.
Holy bard.
That was terrible.
Even when we win, we lose.
We lose.
It's 9.
9.
9
Okay.
points of fire damage.
A burst of flame between Yasnip and Eclipse coats across his body. The sizzling of this weird mucus covering it is horrific. The stench becomes worse, but it looks well done. and very close to death. Is that your turn?
I mean, like,
Don't you have Hunter's Mark?
yeah, but Hunter's Mark doesn't do shit for spells, so I mean,
No, it does not. Are you inspired at all? I don't think you are.
no.
Alright.
Okay.
No, I've not been a target of inspiration.
Doesn't the creature take damage because you made it do a charisma save? Isn't that a thing?
Yep,
Oh, so it takes
It is?
additional damage.
it is. You're right. I'm so sorry.
What is this thing?
They take psychic damage equal to the result of the bardic inspiration die.
How much was
So-
the die?
A d6. I rolled a
Okay.
d6.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right,
Before you do that, I'm gonna do this, just in case.
It's
Okay.
5.
That is how much HP it had. I wrote it in advance, just in case.
It just
Oh, what
there's
a
like a moment where it's
monster.
just after like so many times getting knocked down, it's just be on the ground, burning. It just thinks about life for a second and just
Faye.
gives up.
Would you like to describe the finish?
Oh my god!
Actually, Matthew, you get to describe the finish because he gets to utter a dark poetic final
Oh
word.
my gosh!
What about my slap? It's fine.
You slap his ass with fire,
Yeah.
Oh
and then
my
he just
gosh!
is so introspective about how I think he's more. I think he dies of shame.
Really, I mean, honestly,
Instead of by damage, I think he's
Jesus
just like
Christ.
Whether to my benefit or not, for the second time that you have been able to use this, the creature you're using it on does not speak
does not
common.
speak common.
But you hear. And it sounds like just the most miserable, my life sucks last
I
words
feel so
as it
bad for this guy.
I don't.
slowly burns, cindering to death.
Oh
And that is where we will end this session. Wow, wow,
I
wow.
was at 1, y'all.
No!
I was
Wow.
at 1.
Woo.
Oh,
Oh,
I
wow.
I succeeded on the Constitution saving throw. I still
was
think I
it.
need to go throw up in real life. I
Oh. Wow. That was a thing. I don't even know how I can process all of it at this moment. So let us quickly do, because it's so late, favorite moments, and then we will wrap up.
I mean,
You have to pick out one or two.
really? I mean, honestly, like
These are the unspoken rules of this storybook server. I don't know what to tell you.
I wanna say that like the first half was just so incredible. But I feel like it was immediately overshadowed by the fact that like this combat just happened and
It did
all of it
happen.
happened.
All of it happened.
And just like I feel like I'm running 107-degree fever.
Like I'm hot. Like I'm
Yeah,
warm.
yeah. Like
Yes, I am 100%. I
Yeah.
would have taken the sweatshirt off, but I'm not wearing a shirt under it, so I could not. I'm sorry.
Oh, you
Mm.
can't see. I have straps. It's covered
Yep.
by my hair.
Yep. All right.
All of it.
Adwin is
Just
yes.
all of it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Happy Sweet 16.
Sweet
Yes.
Oh my god!
It was
Wait,
sweet.
that makes so much
Sweet
sense.
is one word for it.
It's
Okay, I will say
It's like umami.
I actually really enjoyed Eclipse and Brightwing's moment.
Mm.
That was very strong, I think, as part of how
Mhm.
that whole thing unfolded. So I will
Yeah.
divert to, as much as I enjoyed the argument, that moment I think was even more pivotal just before that to happen.
Brightwing. Clips.
Oh boy, there was a lot.
There
But
was a
all
lot.
great things. I loved. I love how that all expanded just because I was like, I just decided to be an idiot while y'all talk to them, be like, but why are we talking about this? That's the whole reason why that came. It spiraled because of that.
True.
And I was just trying to be funny. But that was really cool. And I can also say from Briarwing's perspective, I think it was a huge growth moment for her as well. And a lot of things, and not just courage to stand up to people for what you believe in, but also just to kind of take a step forward in believing in oneself. Still a lot for her to go. And Leah's favorite moment, I guess, would also be I'm not afraid of conflict, as Sean will know in other campaigns. So it's fun to act that out and like be in that moment and just to see where it goes, and that's fun. So, as an actor, somewhat, it's fun to do that.
Jess, did you say something yet?
No.
The most.
Jess
That
misses
note
on her favorite
had
moment
a
attack
lot of
roll.
layers to it.
She
That
also
note
makes
had a
attack
lot
if
of
she doesn't have to
layers.
say it.
Yep.
Cammy, when you subtitle that, you need to put no, but with so much meaning behind it.
Yep.
Sad no.
Do you
Is that
have
it?
one?
Or just
Yeah, is that it?
I mean, again, I liked being able to talk to everybody like actually in character. Like Eclipse doesn't have charisma, but I feel like it worked out in the end anyway. So that's
Yeah.
I'm done.
Despite the cheek damaging hilarity of that fight and how much it sucked for me.
I didn't get one.
for you? Oh, I'm so sorry, man.
Yes, it sucked for me.
Man.
Listen, Eclipse had it pretty
so-
bad. I am not gonna deny
Dude,
that.
everything
But
I did
Eclipse,
did not
huh?
matter.
Well, you had it decently bad also, but you hit a few times. Meanwhile, my freaking troll was on the ground for, I believe, like 8 of 9 rounds. It was absolutely atrocious. Every single time he got up, a new spell came along. It was like a Looney Tunes sketch.
So Faye, go ahead. Megan had a
Yeah,
favorite
Faye,
moment
or
with
Megan,
the
yes.
story.
I thoroughly enjoyed that combat, as much shenanigans as it was. Like,
Well, you
I felt
dominated it, so that's not surprising.
okay, but I felt so useful, and not because everyone else wasn't. Not because everyone else had bad luck, but I feel like I've kind of like hit more of a stride with like as a player, like getting used to playing like more of a crowd control character, and I feel like that was like a player development moment for me, and not being like the one that just does damage, you know what I mean? But also the whole scene in with that girl, like she was just like the going from like the shotgun out the door to like, how are you so clean, like and like just the devolution of that.
That's Matt's specialty. He has like the ability to on a dime switch between I'm holding you at gunpoint to wait, how the what?
Do you need tea?
Yeah, exactly. Like he does
How are
that
you
so
clean? Do
fucking
you
well.
want tea?
It's kind of
Like,
ridiculous.
I think this is my favorite episode so far, just for like
Yep.
the flip of what it was.
Such a 180. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh,
think
and
it's
her totally crushing on that Goliath.
That was amazing.
That
Oh,
That lady in the house was
true.
fucking hilarious, man.
Yes, there have been some very
She's
good
our
episodes in
victor.
this campaign. The manic chaos of the fight with the moonbeam was one of the best episodes for sure. But
Yeah.
all around, given how much was in this episode, I would have to agree with that statement. And as for my favorite moment, what I was starting to say before I skipped over Faye / Megan, sorry, was that despite all the insanity of this combat, that fight, the verbal fight, and we said it a little bit in break, but was probably the best all-encompassing party roleplay that I've ever seen in a like non streamed by professionals at least game, and it was everybody on that level too, because sometimes like you'll have really good moments, and there's been some in this campaign between 1 or 2 people where there's like this really deep, interesting character role play experience, but everybody was on max level, exactly how I would have expected their characters to be, and not backing down, but making points that were being counterpointed. It was incredibly well done, and as anyone who has DM'd here knows, the best part of DMing is sitting back for an hour and watching your characters role play. So besides the fact that I got that, it was just really good to watch like incredible D&D to experience. So, holy mackerel, I am going to need to sleep for 18 hours, which I probably would have done anyways, try to get rid of this illness.
Same.
But
I'm
we
so
will
right
wrap
in
it up
that
there.
Shadow guy.
This has been long. Sorry to everybody. I did not expect for this. This combat didn't even necessarily have to happen, and you guys made it happen, and then it took a long time.
It had to happen.
Yeah. You made the mistake of making it a read lapper.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
was-
well-
it wasn't a mistake. He planned that. Like, let's be honest.
True.
It may or may not have been planned. But we will wrap it up there. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all players for playing. That was amazing. And we will catch you next time on session 17. Whew, we're getting close to 20.
We're almost legal.
Adios. Facts.